How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing? A new Dead or Alive game is coming. And so am I. Hell yeah.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. 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 Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
See, so Raging Boar with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that positivity. Thanks so much. I saw Act Mam defending the Troon VA for Goy. Well, I don't think it is an actual Troon. It's just a non-binary, whatever the fuck that means. So, yeah. Just a massive raging leftist. Essentially. Nah, I don't care about a Minecraft live event, personally. I'm still using a world that's like 5 years old, so... You know, it doesn't get really any of the updates. It doesn't get any of the updates, so... Yeah, my Minecraft world is old as shit, man. I used to, like, just sit there during my, grad school and build, like, stuff inside of it, so... Oh, why did my title not save? The fuck? There we go.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, every once in a while, I save my Minecraft world, so I have a backup for it.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, Virginia had early voting start on the 20th, so yeah. Am I fat? Yeah, I'm like 380 pounds. But yeah, I can vote pretty early typically. Virginia has really like early voting. So what's interesting is Democrat turnout is like way down this year compared to 2020. So you know, Virginia might actually be in a serious position of play, which is nice. Because typically, you know, early voting is dominated by Democrats. Because Republicans typically vote on election day. But basically, Republican turnout is up over 20% this year. And Democrat is down like 20 to 30% in some of their best counties. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. They're having a hard time with early voting this time, which typically they see like a massive surge, like right when it opens up. So this time around, the enthusiasm is in the other direction. And then I saw that Gallup poll too, where it's basically like, for the first time in like decades, there are actually more self-identifying Republicans in the U.S. than Democrats by 3%, which is like almost unheard of. So all these polls that have a weight of like +6 Democrat for like the voter base are going to be way fucking off, because there's actually more Republicans than Democrats now. So it's a pretty interesting metric. See, so Raging War with the 2 new highest listing for Anniversary Pros. Yeah, it's just probably somebody doing a showcase listing. Yeah, that's pretty common on eBay, where you just list something for an insane price and you don't ever plan on selling it. There are people that do that with Pokemon cards just to draw attention, because eBay promotes the most expensive items, because eBay gets the biggest cut of the sale that way, so it's kind of a way to just drive attention to your profile. Tim Marco the 7, Jethro will link a video. I think I see it.
Look.
Oh god. Well, at least he looks Asian. Let's see. So, Juan with the 5, let's start off the recommends off with some positivity and happiness. Also mute a mod. Well, do you want me to watch the video or mute a mod? It's one or the other. I don't know, bro. Fem Shapiro is a big ask. Don't keep it casual? What the fuck? I don't even know, bro. How many push-ups can I do? Maybe 3. Oski Bosky with the 2. I saw the news earlier. Sony really doubling down. Yeah, that shit's sad. They truly do not learn. I mean, it's just, you know, all these people defending Goy are stupid now, because it's like, okay, yeah, now it's like confirmed that they gender swapped the main character of pretty much all their fucking games, including Ghost of Tsushima, because they're doubling down on DEI, not because of a quote-unquote creative decision. So, yeah, they're doubling down on DEI. They, like, specifically stated that. iSiler with the 2, guess we need another Concord to happen. Or multiple, bro. We need many Concords, apparently. At least Fair Games will flop because that game looks like it's full of DEI and it's another live service, you know, snooze fest. The Horizon live service game will probably bomb as well because that game has no organic interest at all. And that Lego Horizon game doesn't really need to do well because Lego's making it and they just want to make their money on Lego sets, not the actual game. But I'm trying to think. They don't really have anything else. I think Ghost of whatever the fuck Yokai is going to be like a sales decline dramatically from the first one. So the more and more drama that comes out around it, I think the more it's going to hurt the sales. So we'll see. In the various of the two, I've been playing the Metaphor ReFantasio demo. Has it been good or bad? I haven't downloaded it, so. I played like a tiny bit of the Zelda game today. But I didn't really have time because I went to go vote in between stuff at work today. I had to stay on late because I got a bunch of shit last minute, and yeah. Then I've been packing up eBay packages tonight, so. Fun stuff. Let's see. I Settler at the 5. I found Brett. Uh-oh. Well, it can't be too hard. What the fuck? Why did he feel the need to turn the camera around? They got her bag, so she's kind of fucked regardless, so. Kind of stupid to run away when they have the bag, because, you know, now they have her identity and shit. Yeah, it's probably a gay man. It's probably a gay fucking man, bro. CIA Barbecue Chicken Emporium with the 2. I got infinite ammo for RE Village. It's way better. Most games are better with infinite ammo because you can just have fun. Griffin's son? The fuck? Brett, stop.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. Look here, there's two choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight, or I beat you to death.
Come on now, Britt. You should know better.
I can't afford this shit!
See, so Raging Boar with the 5. To be fair, if I was to buy an Anniversary Pro, I'd purchase closer to launch. Yeah. Once people actually get them in hand and start, you know, getting the $1,000 charge on their card and they need to sell it and there's a bunch of people trying to offload it at one time, you know, and there's not going to be as many people buying it, like, yeah. The price will come down pretty significantly, I feel like, from $4,000. Will it go down to like 2,000? I don't know, but it will go down when it actually releases. 100%. It usually works that way. We're at the peak of FOMO right now, remember that. So this is the height of the FOMO. Yeah, the DualSense could go for $200. That's not unrealistic, so. $200 isn't a lot of money, so most people can afford that. That's not a big deal, but $4,000 is a different story. Like, it's like trading cards. You can sell a $200 to $500 card all day, and it's not hard. But once you start getting close to that 1,000+ mark, it's much harder to find people who want to spend that much on one individual item. So... see, so Claus Mister with the 20, you forgot to add Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to the I did no such thing. 1, it's not a PlayStation game, and 2, it's not woke, but try again. Woke Claus. Just like men and women are different, video games are also different. Bro, why the fuck did the game open like this? Look at this shit. It's like halfway on one monitor, half on the other. I have to press space. Bro, going through settings is so boring. Alright, I'm guessing it's fine. The actual game in YawnYea will be fine, but the voice actor lady... I don't know if it'll be fine, man. I don't agree, necessarily. I mean, just look at Sony's track record recently. That doesn't scream fine to me. Sony's track record is not what I would describe as fine.
The This pandemic has spread faster than any disease in modern history.
Wow.
Angry mobs.
This is running great.
Authorities are bracing for more rioting tonight.
Fires burning. There are people being.
He was knocked unconscious. He had school run.
Citywide emergency has been declared.
I'm just gonna skip it. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I literally, did I not just put the fucking frame rate on 60? No, it just looks like that because it's on OBS at 200 something, so OBS doesn't let you have anything above 60. See, now it's smooth. I can't have anything above 60 with OBS. That's why I don't give a shit about like gaming on PC that much anymore, because it's like if I want to stream stuff, I have to play at 60 anyway, so it's like the same fucking difference. No, it's OBS. My computer runs the game fine at like 200 something frames. It looks completely fine on my end. The problem is OBS, no matter what the game is. It could be this game, it could be fucking Minecraft, it could be fucking Agario or something basic as shit. The second it inputs fucking video that's higher than 60 FPS, the whole fucking thing shits the bed. So it doesn't matter what game I'm playing, it doesn't matter whatever the fucking like age of the game or the like graphical demanding like nature of it. If the game is running at above 60, OBS lags. It has nothing to do with my computer because the game renders completely fine on my computer. It's OBS. I've been having this problem since I've had my computer. It's not anything other than OBS. No, there's not anything better than OBS. You just kind of have to deal with it. Edgy.
Fucking hell.
Here, let me turn off. Oh, it's not real borderless window. That's nice. I love that. It's not real borderless window. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Let's see. Will OBS detect it as an actual video game is the question. Yes, it does. All right. So it's not that busted.
Gets worse every night.
No, I feel like, dude, the thing is like the console experience is way easier compared to PC at this point. PC is a fucking pain in the ass. I have so many problems with it now. Fucking shaders taking an hour to fucking load. OBS fucking up with every other fucking game I play, not even being able to enjoy the higher frame rate because of OBS. Like, there's no point. Like, it's harder to fucking use the stream and check the chat and do other things on my computer because the fucking mouse gets locked inside the screen because it's not actual fucking borderless window. So it's just way easier to stream from a console. Streaming from a console is a million times fucking easier than streaming on PC. Hands down. And it's not even close. She stole a dream, dude. Now it's shower time. Yeah, I have an Elgato inside my computer.
Who could that be?
I don't know how you didn't know about Cuckold Simulator. It was a huge meme game for a while.
Hello?
Jill, are you okay?
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right, let me grab my...
Oh, great. Unkillable enemies, I can already tell. A staple of Resident Evil.
What the hell is that thing?
Uh-oh, I've seen enough videos to know what happens next. It's Metal Gear Solid, so of course it's not gonna be any good. Oh boy.
Jill? Over here!
Brad!
Yeah, Kojima is woke.
You okay?
What
He's making a game with a trans main character with, what is that guy's name?
You and me.
Jordan Peele or whatever.
Just look around you. The longer we wait,
the more screwed
who
we
is
are.
a known anti-white Hollywood director who fucking...
This all happened so fast.
I don't know. One fucked up thing always
Yeah,
leads to
so,
another.
yeah, it's his OD
It's like
game he's
Arsenal on
making for
steroids.
Xbox. Go figure. The tranny game is for Xbox. Shocking.
Hey! Hey, wait! Down here!
Shocking!
Damn it!
Imagine that, dude. The Troon game is for Xbox.
I could be dreaming. How could this many people be infected? Brad! Here they come!
In here!
There's so many.
Yeah, that will definitely do something.
Door behind you, go!
Oh my god, Brad.
Don't think about it. We're gonna make a run for it.
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I did. Go!
I'm sorry, Brad.
But you're not Chad.
Sorry. Parking garage. Got it. Sir, are you all right?
Stay back! Don't come any closer!
Hey, come on. There's a helicopter waiting to take you to safety.
What safety? I'm not going out there!
The parking garage isn't far. I can
The
take
only safe place is in here!
Shit!
Okay, so pushing the prompt does nothing. That's good to know.
Come on.
Am I scared? Not really. Oh wow, I'm not gonna make it, yeah. Never would have guessed. Never could have guessed, man.
Sorry. turn, bitch!
Woman driver. Should have used your seatbelt.
Hey, easy, lady. I got you.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. Come on, let's get you someplace safe.
Simp.
I think we're in the clear.
Hope so.
We've been bringing survivors here.
Here where?
My guys have converted some subway cars into a shelter. It's safe.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it. Let's go.
Alright, so let's see. I saw with the two, all those languages, and
Sorry,
you're
we're gonna have to
voting.
go around.
Yeah, I live in a fucking
what do you
shitty
know about
liberal
that monster?
area, so, you know, everyone should have it in their local language. That type shit. And Claus Mystery the 50, this fucking remake is trash. They flanderized Jill, she swears a lot, and ruined Nemesis. They made him shorter and he gets beat with a single grenade. Who cares? Why does it matter how tall he is, Claus? Like,
Nothing. I never
it's
seen
a pretty
anything like
minor
it.
complaint. I
It's
don't
no
know.
zombie. It knows what it wants and won't stop
Who
till it gets
cares?
it. Don't you like
Does
that
it
in
really
a man?
matter how tall he
No
is?
thanks. He's all yours.
Listen, I promise you're in good hands. I'm with the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. UBCS for short.
Let's see. May 1st, first of the 10, I have a 4070 rig that I barely use on console. Everything just works. And I can start playing right when the game comes out. I almost always have to fuck with shit on PC or the port blows. Yeah, PC ports recently have been really bad.
I don't know anything about all that. Look, you don't have to trust me, but I'm going to the shelter. You coming? Come on, it's this way.
I don't understand what it is, but yeah, pretty much every game dev has decided pretty much that, yeah, we're gonna have infinite fucking shader load times and every single game's gonna run like absolute fucking dog shit.
Captain. This fine young lady could use our help.
Carlos, you didn't even think to ask fine young lady her name? She is an elite operative of RPD, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Her name is something Valentine.
It's Jill.
Nice to meet you, Jill. I am UBCS.
Yeah, I want to take
platoon
belt
leader
and
Mikhail
button shots
Victor.
off of Jill's
My team was
abs,
sent
bro.
here to
Hell
rescue
yeah.
civilians.
Right. How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off.
Hey yo, there's nothing sus about
Most of the
that.
100,000
What's wrong with
civilians
taking belly
will
button
wind up
shots
dead.
off of a chick with
Correction, undead.
chiseled abs, bro?
My platoon has suffered serious losses. Just keep.
That's like saying you wouldn't boob luge a chick with massive
you can thank your
knockers.
corporate overlords for that.
Yes. Well, we are doing all we can. If we can get this subway train moving, we can evacuate some survivors. but we need help. My men cannot do this alone.
All right. I'm in. But I am on their side, not yours.
Oh, hey. It's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
I can't afford this.
All right, Super Cop. Here you go. We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
First things first. We need to get you geared up. Head up to street level.
Let's see.
You'll
So
find
Zongzino with the 5, I will admit the abbreviation for Ghost of Yote does it no favors. Yeah, Goy is not a great choice. But yeah. That is pretty ironic, all things considered. Oh my god, bro. I don't know why I'm so tired. It's been a long day, I guess. Also, I haven't slept, so that's probably why. I mean, anyone rejecting pussy is kind of gay. Well, I mean, from a chick that looks like this is definitely gay. Because, like, you could reject pussy from a fat chick or an ugly chick, but, you know. If you're rejecting a chick like this, you're probably gay. Yeah, well, the hairstyle is, you know, I guess less important because she can always grow it out, but the rest is pretty primo. Let's see. iStyler with the 2, new Dead or Alive extreme game skipping Xbox. That's funny because, like, didn't those games literally get their start on Xbox? They were the only platform that would allow them to release, and now they're not getting it at all because probably Xbox doesn't want it on their platform anymore. That's actually kind of funny. Let's see. So blast radius of the 10. That woke game Kojima is doing won't sell. The last game he didn't sell well, yet he's making a sequel with probably an insane budget. Konami fired him over his crazy production costs and demands. Yeah, and the fact that he would just never finish the fucking game. Like, you know, instead of just releasing a game that's complete, he would honestly, like, just waste so much time on stupid shit like deploying fucking balloons in the battlefield to, like, send sheep back to your base and shit like that. So yeah, it's just, he was so, like, autistically focused on the stupid shit that didn't fucking matter, like making 7 separate cutscenes just in order to fast travel, or balancing mechanics for fucking boxes. Like, all this shit that no one actually fucking likes about the game is the stuff that probably took the longest amount of time, which is what is truly tragic in all honesty. So, I don't know, bro. I'm definitely not a Kojima D rider, personally. I don't think he's talented at all. I think he's a hack. I think Konami carried his fucking weird ideas and kept him in check from making anything too fucking outlandish. And now he's completely off the chain, basically, and can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and I don't think it's going to turn out well, but we shall see, man. There's only one way to find out. Really thinks he's God's gift to gaming? Yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
Did I get the unlimited ammo weapons? Where? Where do you get them? Beat the game? Well, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. I want the weapons before I beat the game.
I can't afford this shit!
Jill? It's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You might get in the subway.
I would say this Jill is
And how
more
do I do
attractive
that?
than Final Fantasy 16 Jill.
I'll navigate you to the
If she would just grow her hair out, then it would
Copy
be
that. Let's do this fast.
it would be ideal.
I can't afford this shit!
Okay. Let's see. Oski with the 5. Whoever sent you this deserves to go in the deepest parts of hell. Oh, wait. It was Siler, wasn't it? Well, let's just say he'll never get an Asian woman. Uh-oh, bro. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like his heart has been taken by a Latina chick, so it's probably true. Jill, Final Fantasy 16 is way overrated. Her goal was to get fucked in that. Yeah, I didn't really think Jill was that great, to be honest, personally. She just kind of felt like, the generic woman, basically. Side character. She didn't really have too much going on. And Sussy with the 5. Mute Oski. Alright. Fuck, dude. This fucking lack of borderless window is fucking infuriating. Like, it's such a basic fucking feature. You literally list it as a fucking option, and you can't use it. It's stupid.
You fucking cuck. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck. And don't be a fucking pussy, because you're a bigoted asshole, too. Fuck you.
What is a generic woman? Basically a fucking NPC that's just a generic woman in a video game. I don't know. Like, what do you think it means? A generic woman. It's pretty self-explanatory. Definitely not Oski in disguise of the two. I mean, look what happened to the former president. Yeah. That's, you know, definitely some serious shit. And DJ Aftershock with the 2, you see the sewer pipe burst in China. Like, nah, I didn't. But yeah, their architecture and all that type of shit's fucking trash. So it's not surprising. All of their, like, you know, sanitation plants and tunnels and, you know, architecture, all that shit is built so cheaply. So it's not really surprising.
It almost looks like I could get this working if I plug in the right... whatever it is. Survivors. We've got to get that train
And
moving.
definitely not Oski in the skies with the 2 for giving him a blank check. Now he's an indie guy. Oh, yeah. The fuck... I thought you meant Trump. I was like, oh, wait. Yeah, the head of PlayStation. Yeah, pretty much he gave him like 500 million bucks for Death Stranding and he fucking bombed. To like establish that studio. Why can you not swing your fucking knife without aiming? I hate these type of games, bro. I really do. I don't enjoy them at all. They're just fucking boring. They're purposely fucking clunky and slow, and you feel powerless. And it's just, I don't know, bro. They're just fucking miserable. Like, I don't understand why people want to feel weak in a video game. It's just so boring.
Carlos, I've reached the main avenue. Which
This
way do I
is
go?
spooky.
See a big transmission tower? That's the substation.
Bro, this is not
Circle around
spooky.
through an alley to your right to get there.
You mean the alley that's on fire?
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
I can't afford this shit!
Gotta put this out.
Like, why does it take more than one fucking headshot to kill a zombie? Three fucking headshots, dude. That breaks all zombie lore, bro. Oh my god. This is so boring. Holy shit, man. I don't have the patience for these type of fucking games, bro. It's just everything's so fucking slow. Can you stash it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just know what type of games I like, guys. I've been around for a while. I've been around the block a few times. Like, the fact you have to headshot every zombie 3 times is just ridiculous.
I can't afford this shit!
And it's literally just designed that way so you waste ammo. That's it. Like, you should just be able to shoot the chain. Oh shit. I don't need shotgun shells. I know Griffin loves survival horror. Yeah, I love it, man. It's my big favorite. Oh wait, yeah, that was dead end. So I guess this way. Of course I don't have a key, but she can't shoot a fucking chain. See, this is what I can't stand. Like, bro, you're telling me she couldn't break a fucking chain with a fucking assault rifle? Like, come on, bro. It's just, like, this is the type of shit I can't stand about these type of games, bro. It's like they purposely just lock shit for no fucking reason. Ugh, so dumb. All right, let's see. See, so definitely not Oski in the skies with the 5. I kind of feel bad for the guy. Though he was once the president of PlayStation, now he's an indie guy. But at the same time, it was his choice. Yeah, that's the thing, is I guess now he gets paid a decent amount of money to do fairly easy shit and doesn't have really any responsibilities, so I guess it worked out for him in the end, hopefully. I have no clue.
Groovy!
And bro with the 2, this is my favorite video. Let me see what it is. Political meltdown. Can't pull it up in incognito because it's age restricted. Graphic or violent imagery. Oh god, yeah, the January 6th one where he fucking shit himself. Yeah. I sided with the 5. Aside from clickers and stuff, even The Last of Us on Grounded die with 1 headshot. Also, you don't have to finish the game. Yeah, I was just gonna play a decent chunk of it at least. Or at least put in a decent amount of time. I don't know if I'll get halfway through or whatever, but I'll at least get out of this intro area at the very least. Johnny's with the 149.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Forgot where I even a fire hydrant. All right. Thank God, man.
There.
Oh, what did I just drop? Shit.
Is someone in here? I can't afford this shit!
So now I have to backtrack again. Why does this look washed out? I don't fucking know. It's just the PC version, man. Couldn't tell you. Alright, cool, I guess. But I just put my shotgun ammo away. Oh well. I already killed everything here. Nope, never mind. Trying to remember where that other gate was. I think over here. Oh, come on. Well, that was kind of worthless.
Your UBCS?
Yeah, careful, careful.
See, 7 Minute Man with the 2, Zelensky looked so miserable with Trump. Yeah, he knows what's gonna happen, bro.
What the fuck?
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh,
He knows what's coming, man.
No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned. There's your sense of self-preservation. Go back to the subway station. We don't need a bleeding heart like you getting in the way.
Lay heckin' pupperinos, dude. Yeah, Zelensky had to meet with a real fucking leader, that's why. Not somebody who was just ready to fucking glaze his fucking boots. So... Dude, at this point, it almost feels like Trump might as well just be president at this point. I don't know, like, do y'all get that vibe as well? Where it just already feels like he is president at this point? Like, he's still doing all, like, the fucking typical shit a president does. Like, he's under assassination attempts. Like, he's the only one actually doing media tours and, like, interviews and press conferences. You know, Joe Biden has completely retreated to the fucking beach. You know, Camel Toe is afraid of speaking in front of a camera. Like, it just feels like he's already the president at this point. So... the other two are just completely fucking out of the picture. Like, where the fuck even are they? Like, that's the thing, is, like, Biden is completely fucking checked out. He's not even, like, in the picture anymore, it feels like. Like, he's just gone. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty big W, man. Unless they pull out the mother of all cheats, I don't fucking know how it's going to be any different. So... you tweaking with the Keanu Reeves take? Not really. The dude is insanely monotone and only has one delivery when it comes to his lines.
If only I had my lockpick.
He's not a good actor, bro. People just like him because he's a cool action hero. That's it. It's not because he's a genuine good actor.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he may be the nicest dude ever, but it doesn't change the fact that he's a shitty actor. Like, those two things don't, you know, I guess, contradict each other. You can be a shitty actor and be a cool dude. Like, that's not, you know. Oh, fucking hell, man. Oh. Jesus. What is that? Oh. So I can take my... Let's see. Ferrex with the 2. Who's the worst? Wait, who's a worse actor? Keanu or Camel? Oh, God. Definitely Camel Toe. That shit's fucking pathetic. She dead. Oh no, now she's gonna get pregnant.
Get it out!
Use a heal.
Gross. Here we go.
Wow, this is an unnecessary sequence. Which way is out?
Okay, all that leaves is the main power switch. Enjoy that.
Dude, Claus loves Square Enix and Rebirth. He brings it up constantly when literally no one else is talking about it. He's along the lines of what you might call a super fan. Dude, fuck. My jaw is like cramping. What the fuck? Dude, that hurts. What the hell? What the fuck? Damn, bruh. I guess I yawned too fucking hard. Oh, so you don't do anything in here again? Guess not. Ooh, Chad's notes. Yeah, no one filled the holes in Jill's life quite like Chad.
Carlos, it's Jill. I've restored power to the subway.
Nice going. Next up is the traffic control system. It should be in the subway company's offices. Unfortunately, all I can tell you is that it's somewhere in the area.
You don't even know what building? That's helpful.
Thanks, partner. I try.
Not your partner.
I just run? Oh, run past it. Dude, I fucking hate unkillable enemies. Yeah, like I can't get around him. Dodge roll? How the fuck do you dodge roll? RB. What the fuck? Alright, I'm just about fucking done with this shit. This is fucking awful. Like, how is this fun, dude? It's just fucking annoying. I hate unkillable enemies, bro.
Carlos! That thing is still alive! It's after me!
What? Run! Come back to the station!
Not until I get traffic control online. So where do I even need to go? Oh, dude, it's just, I don't fucking like these type of games.
Well, at least I can hide in the donut shop. Oh, lovely.
I think this might be the building.
Oh, man.
Carlos, I'm in the control room. Now what?
Nice. Now you gotta plot out a route.
Okay, give me a sec.
Oh, are you fucking shitting me? A
All right,
puzzle?
where are we headed?
The train is stopped at Redstone Street. We need to reach Fox Park Station. Can you program that in?
Hey, I'm Super Cop. Consider it done.
can't afford this shit!
Oh, you're Alright, yeah, this is stupid as shit. More fucking padding. It's just, dude, I cannot fucking stand these type of games. So, RE01. FA.
Unable to establish route. Please, try again.
Go back, you stupid piece of shit.
Valid route confirmed.
Carlos, it's me. I finished inputting the subway route.
Chill, you are amazing. Tough as nails, too. Hurry back to the station. We'll make sure the subway's ready to depart.
Let's try for headshots.
So now where? Why the fuck can't it just mark on your map where you're supposed to go? So subway station, I think. Is where we're supposed to go.
What the hell is it doing to them?
Oh, you can't go that way. So I can get rid of the bolt cutters now, I guess. I don't need them anymore. That's just irritating.
Nice job, Super Cop. I'm impressed.
We back in business?
Yeah, mostly. But we need 30 to 40 minutes to finish maintenance. Nikolai, how are we doing?
The town's crawling with those freaks. No chance of fighting our way out of the city. Why is she here?
She's helping get the trains running again.
Bad time to start carrying dead weight, friend. She's unreliable. Can't pull the trigger when it counts.
Hey, take it easy.
She'll get you killed.
But she'll also get me laid. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone's a little worked up. Oh, come on. Not again.
It's me he's after.
Hey.
I'll buy you some time.
Hey, wait! Wait, Joe! No! Damn it!
Come on, you creepy-ass stalker! You want stars? I'll give you stars! Carlos, do you copy? Carlos! Ugh, shit. Oh, I need to find another way out.
Alright, that's enough. Dude, I don't know, man. This is just not my type of game, man.
A map of the area. Perfect.
This is 3. I just don't like how clunky and like fucking slow and everything the game. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't like Resident Evil in general. So already I don't like this type of game, but it's just, I hate games that make you feel weak. I don't like that shit. Like, I don't play a video game to feel weak. I play video games to feel powerful and have fun and kick ass and do cool shit. Not be a little walking bitch that gets slapped around by an unkillable enemy that literally just, you know, walks all over you. I don't know, bro. I just like, that type of shit irritates me to no end. Dead Space is guilty of it to a certain degree, but it's only for like one tiny section. And it's really easy to deal with. That exploits alchemy? No, I never use alchemy in Skyrim. Yeah, Dead Space's combat never feels bad. Like, you always feel powerful. So, I love Dead Space's combat. Like, I love, like, the plasma, what do you call that shit? Ah, fuck. The plasma caster, is that what it's called? I forget. Oh, plasma cutter, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, that's just like such a cool weapon idea, man. Like, you chop the limbs off and then you grab it with stasis and launch it back at it. Like, that shit's fucking badass. I don't know, man. It's like such a cool combat mechanic. Dead Space 2 multiplayer. I never played the multiplayer for it, but I don't think it was very good. I can't imagine it would translate well, but maybe. Dead Space is too spooky for you. Just put it on easy, man. I don't know. Dead Space has never been scary to me. It's more so just a cool atmosphere. Let's see. So I saw there with the 5. Sean Layden said about Ghost 2. Don't like it, don't buy it. It took 4 years for Ghost to reach 10 to 13 million sold. That's not masses level. Be careful. Yeah, and that was during peak COVID lockdowns too, when that game launched. So that game came out during like the height of the pandemic. So it got a massive boost in sales just from the fact that people had fuck all else to do but play video games. So it really benefited sales-wise from, you know, having that like captive audience essentially. And, you know, kind of like Rebirth, there's probably going to be a pretty big sales drop-off between part 1 and part 2, so to say. Because just of that fact alone. that you don't have that like captive audience anymore. Not to mention, I don't think people will receive the game as well if it's basically the exact same thing. If it's literally just Ghost of Tsushima, but in a different, like, slightly varied environment with a woman instead of a man, and you're basically doing the exact same shit as the first game, I don't know if people are going to be as receptive to it and have, like, as positive of a reaction, but who knows? But yeah, I think that's not really the best message to send out because, you know, the Chud audience liked Ghost of Tsushima for a pretty, I would say, large portion of that type of, I guess, consumer. So pissing off that group is not going to do well for your sales. Because, you know, a lot of these fucking weebs that worship feudal Japan are the type of people that are also engaged in the culture war shit. Angel Chang with the 2. I see you're halfway done with the... Oh, really? That's the halfway point. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just like miserable to me. I don't know. That's not fun. It's like, all right, I finished this short burst. I'm done. Thank God I don't have to do it again. Like, that's the only thing I'm feeling while playing it is basically like, I'm glad that's fucking over and I don't ever have to do that again. So it's not really a great sign for a game, personally. But, yeah, I'm just not a Resident Evil fan, bro. So, Oski with the 20. This is random, but there's a new patch in Space Marine 2. Besides all the wonderful fixes, there's one that stands out the most. It was the Emperor the whole time. Skip to 130. Alright. When you realize it was actually the Emperor. Okay, voice, not Calgar. Let's see. Whoa, my left ear is loving that.
Rise, son of Gilliman.
Brother, it is over. You did it. Brother!
Big brother.
Rise, Titus. Your duty is not yet done.
Yeah, I finished the lore autism video series on the Emperor or whatever. So, yeah, isn't it like basically his grand plan or whatever to, you know, essentially trick everybody into believing that he's a god so that they worship him, and that worship fuels his like spiritual energy in the warp so that he can transcend into an actual divine being of the warp, harnessing the prayers of the collective of humanity, and then we'll use that power to defeat the warp gods or the chaos gods, and then basically reigns supreme over all creation or some shit like that. That's one of the theories I heard or some shit, but yeah, I don't know, bro. Because, like, his body's cooked and his spirit's still alive, floating around and shit. And, like, his body just serves as, like, an anchor for it. I don't know. You have no idea what I'm talking about? Watch the lore, bro. Yeah, basically what happens is he has like this device called the Golden Throne or whatever, and after he gets his fucking arm chopped off by his traitorous son, he basically is alive and dead at the same time, basically entombed on the throne, and they have to sacrifice like 10,000 people a week or something, or I think it's 1,000 a day or something like that. 1,000 psychics a day that fuel his like body in order to keep it from completely, you know, disintegrating, because his body acts as like an anchor for his spirit, and his spirit is out in the warp basically collecting more and more power to fight against the enemies of humanity by, you know, collecting the combined energy of all those that pray and believe that he's the god. It's like, it's some convoluted fucking thing, man. I don't know. This, like, literally, it's like Soul's autism, but it actually is complete to a certain degree. So if you enjoy watching, like, 3-hour-long lore videos, then, yeah, you'll be happy. There's, like, 5. There's 5 that I saw. But yeah, basically that's what happened to him or some shit. So he like psychically communicates with certain people at certain times. Because his spirit is still alive, even though his body is like basically in limbo between dead and alive. So his body is basically cooked. He can't fucking do anything with it. But his spirit is still empowered because of the psychics that get sacrificed to him every single day. And then also the prayers of humanity are fueling him too. So that's basically what it is. That alone makes me dislike Warhammer 40k. I'm not watching and learning all that shit. I'm too old in my life to care. Well, I mean, it's like high fiction, bro. The whole point of it is if you want to get invested in a fictional universe. It's like Lord of the Rings. You don't just watch the movies if you get interested in the series. You have to learn all this fucking auxiliary, you know, information and backstories and content and, you know, setup and everything. You know, there's a fuckload of lore to explore past just the base movies. No, Elden Ring lore sucks, bro. Elden Ring lore is fucking garbage. It's incomplete slop that's just literally purposely ambiguous to keep a bunch of autists spinning on the hamster wheel forever and ever. That's what Miyazaki does with every single one of his fucking games. He purposely leaves crucial plot details completely missing from the game in order to basically just fuel the ever-spinning, you know, rumor and speculation mill. He does not create complete stories. He does it on purpose. And it is not worth your time to give a singular fuck about any sort of From Software storyline that he touches, because it's deliberately incomplete and you're just wasting your time. Like, from what I can grasp from 40k, I mean, it doesn't have like an actual ending like, oh, the God Emperor arises from his fucking throne as a true divine being and fucking destroys all chaos and humanity has a massive orgy across the galaxy. The end. Like, there's nothing like that, so it's like kind of still open-ended as far as like how everything turns out, but the backstory makes complete fucking sense, which is nice. Like, you understand what happened and why it happened. In Elden Ring, that is not the case. In Dark Souls, that is not the case. And yeah, you have like an idea of what could happen in various different circumstances as well if things play out in the future. Versus Elden Ring, you have no fucking clue. Dark Souls, you have no fucking clue. Like, it's just worthless, bro. It's not the same level of lore autism as far as just purposeful, like, ambiguity. Which chapter is your favorite? I'm still going through those. See, this is what I'm watching. This is what I was watching earlier when I was packing up eBay orders. So I'm actually on part 2 of the Astartes chapters. So I don't know yet. But yeah, I've been listening to it in the background. It's good background noise just to have on. It's super easy to listen to. Yeah, but the Battle Sisters are women, bro, so. Gay. No thanks. Yeah, exactly. It's been a thing from like the fucking 80s, right? Warhammer's been a thing for a long time, so there's a shitload of backstory to get through. Because they have like full-time authors, right? That like literally write novels and shit for this. So, dude, they're like, people take this shit seriously, bro. Like, they're like literal fucking scholars. It's like, what the fuck, man? I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool. Like, you get to autistically obsess over something you're interested in and make money from it, but it's like, damn, bro. Shit, I don't have the patience for that. I couldn't wait 20 years to get the answer to something. That would drive me fucking crazy. I don't know. Why isn't there an ending? Basically the reason there isn't an ending is because they want to keep being able to sell you shit. So the way Warhammer makes all their fucking money is it's like a tabletop game or some shit like that. So they can keep releasing new shit and sell like the little minifigures and fucking play kits and things like that. And then on top of that, they can release new books, which they can sell. It's like a universe that's constantly expanding, and they don't want to end it because, you know, it's basically a license to print money so long as it's still ongoing. So basically. Barbie dolls, well, it's worse than Barbie dolls because you actually have to like hand paint them. So Barbie dolls, you just take them out of the box. Warhammer figures, you have to like physically paint them yourself in a lot of cases, unless you buy like pre-made ones, I guess. But I don't know. I'm not really into model kits and stuff like that personally, but hey, to each their own. I would never play the tabletop game. Is there true game ownership with Steam? No. No digital platform gives you ownership over the game. You're buying a license. Wait, only Elder Scrolls is truly not... Yeah, wait till 6 comes out. Well, the thing is, Lord of the Rings isn't fucking woke. Lord of the Rings isn't fucking woke, man. That's a completed media series that is completely free of all taint of wokeness. Like, bro, The Lord of the Rings has a beginning, middle, and an end. The entire universe of the fucking Lord of the Rings storyline is completed. You can enjoy every aspect of that the way the original author intended. So that's the good thing, is Tolkien didn't leave it up to audience interpretation or anything. Like, he literally just spelled everything out, bro. Like, it's all there. So, you know. Well, the thing is the Amazon show's not even, like, an actual adaptation of anything, bro. It's literally just inspired by. It's not a direct sequel. It's not a direct prequel. It's not an adaptation of anything. It's literally just, like, they took something and used it as a rough blueprint for their own fucking story. Like, The Rings of Power is not a one-to-one adaptation of any of Tolkien's work. It's literally just, we thought this setting was cool, so we're going to make a show that's similar to it, but not the same. So, yeah. Yeah, it's like a shitty fanfic, basically. So, the thing is, it's not canon. Rings of Power is not canon. Just like the Lord of the Rings movies are not canon. They are very different from the actual book, apparently. Like, they get a lot of things wrong. But, yeah, I've never read the books. But I've seen people bitch about it. The only thing that's considered canon in Lord of the Rings or whatever, the Tolkien verse, whatever you want to call it, is his actual writings. That's it. Everything else is like a fucking adaptation or fanfic or whatever you want to call it. So it's like the Shadow of Mordor. Yeah, pretty much. That's what Rings of Power is pretty much the same too. Is the Shadow of Mordor game where it's like literally completely fucking different. Creation Engine is going to ruin Elder Scrolls 6. We'll see, man. I don't know if they'll still be using it. Just kidding. Of course they will. It's Bethesda. They're not going to do any more work unless they absolutely have to. No, I haven't really played much video games other than what I've streamed, so no, I haven't played First Descendant in a while. I haven't had a ton of time to stream, or I guess not stream, but to play video games recently. I've mainly just been working out, and then streaming, so that's about it. Todd needs to get shitted on if he fucks up Elder Scrolls. He needs to get fired if he fucks up Elder Scrolls. You know, Starfield was a bad enough fuck up. But yeah, if he fucks up Elder Scrolls, he's gone. Bro, it will have been over 16 years by the time we get the next Elder Scrolls. That shit better be fucking immaculate. Almost 2 decades from the previous entry in the series, bro. That shit better be fucking immaculate. Yeah, I agree. Elder Scrolls should have been the priority over Shartfield. But, oh well. It is what it is. We got the game of the generation instead. And boy, did it live up to expectations. Let's see. So I saw there with the 5. Lol. I'll be the judge of that. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw another one where they had him in like one of those kids' cars getting pulled around too. Oski Woski with the 5. I'll be honest, I never knew what the Emperor looks like. And once I finally looked it up, my only thought was, Jesus, this guy... Wait, Jesus, this is the guy that look up to... Yeah, I mean, I really like the designs of Warhammer stuff, other than the Space Marine armor. I think that looks kind of cheesy, personally, unless it's, like, hyper customized. Like, the fucking classic blue Space Marine armor, I think looks really gay, I'm gonna be honest. It looks like some Buzz Lightyear type shit. But the, like, more specialized armor and stuff like that, that's not blue, looks really cool. That's like the only part I don't like about Space Marine and Warhammer 40k is like how cheesy the blue Space Marines look. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. Sorry, oh, no worries, man. No worries. All good. And I saw her with the 5. Let's see. If you're buying a $100,000 gold watch from Trump, you should thank President Biden for the strong economy that made such an idiotic purchase possible. Dumb it. Wait, Trump's selling a $100K watch? What brand is it? Let's see. Get Trump watches. Who's the manufacturer? I just want to see who the manufacturer was, but I don't see. But yeah, it's like limited pieces that are only like 100-something thousand. So the other ones I think are just $500. So if you want a solid gold one with diamonds, then yeah. That shit was kind of clean, I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. Look at this one. That's actually kind of clean, bro. That's actually pretty clean. I like that. Yeah, I don't think those are anything special, though. They're probably just like, let's see, specifications. Automatic movement, yeah. So it's more of just like a fashion thing, apparently. That's interesting. I didn't know he made watches. That's funny. I mean, it's smart, bro. You know, cash in while you can. So these fuckers are coming after his money on every single front. So I don't blame bro for trying to replenish the funds a little bit. Perfectly acceptable if you ask me. See, my sister is still undecided. She doesn't want to vote Trump, but then she also hates how Biden camel toe sending billions overseas and billions to immigrants. Well, that's all you need to tell her is you're not voting for the person, you're voting for the policy. So who is going to do what you want, not who is going to be the person you like. Because it's not about like a popularity contest. It's who's going to do what you want them to do with your money. So one person is going to give away your money and increase your taxes to do so. The other person is not going to give away your money and is going to lower your taxes. So that's all you need to vote on. Take away the names. Just vote for the policies. So remove the like fucking personality and focus on what they're actually going to do. So more money for Israel regardless. Bro, we should be cutting them a check after they got rid of those fucking Hezbollah retards. That shit's incredible, man. They spent almost 2 decades infiltrating fucking Lebanon, trying to creep their way up the ranks to take over the country. And in the span of a week, the Israelis have basically just completely obliterated their entire command structure. Like, that shit's actually fucking humorous. That shit's actually really fucking funny, man. Now, if only we could do the same to Iran. Creators Freedom with the 2. For those who have not, please watch Hell's Reach. I don't know what that is. A lot of people underestimate how much of a superpower. Yeah, dude. Israel, other than Taiwan, I think, is the largest purchaser of military goods from the U.S. And on top of that, the Israelis have some of the most high-tech, like, just technology across the board. Like, America buys technology from Israel, especially in the category of, like, cyber warfare and, you know, surveillance technology, AI technology. Like, the Israelis are incredibly technically advanced, and they're armed to the fucking teeth. So, yeah, the thing is, bro, is like Israel could easily single-handedly take out most of the Middle East by themselves because of all the shit that they've bought from us over the years. So, they're extremely capable when it comes to modern warfare. You know, not like the video game, but obviously, yeah. They have insanely high-tech military technology. No, the reason we send them money is because we want them to do the shit for us. Like, prime example, taking out Hezbollah is something the U.S. wants, but it's easier to get Israel to do it because they can claim self-defense. It doesn't make the U.S. look bad, and it keeps things convenient for the U.S.'s like foreign interest if somebody else does it by proxy. So we use Israel as a proxy to do shit, just like Russia uses Iran as a proxy, and just like Iran uses Palestine as a proxy, or, you know, the Houthis or whatever the fuck they're called, and then prior Hezbollah. So, no, it's all like these proxies and shit, man. We basically prop up Israel by giving them money and military technology as our, like, extended arm in the Middle East to carry out this type of shit that we want done. So, just so they can handle themselves, we don't need to send them billions. Yeah, but you missed the part where I said the reason we send them money is because they carry out the fucking shit that we want them to do for us. We're basically paying Israel to go after things like Iran and Hezbollah and fucking, you know, all of that type of shit. We use Israel as a proxy to fight our enemies in the Middle East. Therefore, we provide them with money and military resources to do exactly that. This is literally, it's like literally hiring a mercenary, essentially. You pay them to fight for you. So, that's the thing. What reason would Israel have to use the U.S. for a proxy, bro? If that was the actual case, why the fuck wouldn't they just move to the United States in the first place and take it over? Why do they even need Israel? Like, that's just dumb. That makes no sense. Yeah, we use Israel as like like that's the thing, is they're an extremely strategic ally to have in that region. Because, you know, they're the only non-Arab country aside from Iran, and Iran fucking hates us, and the Arabs hate us. So they're the only semi-friendly state in the Middle East that we can use as a proxy in fighting against Muslim countries. So.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. I started with the 5. Oh, God. Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PS5 Pro. Maybe Phil will actually figure out what a good game looks like. While showing up to tell their fan base to buy a Fire Stick is peak 20. I want to find the clip of that.
So the X button's in the wrong place.
It's the wrong place.
The X button, X is supposed to be over there.
Why here?
Yeah, A, B, X, Y. Sorry. So the X button's in the wrong place.
It's the wrong place.
Ha ha ha, that's so funny, dude. Let's see. So... off, man.
Your fate will be decided by the great circle.
Let's
このタイトルを新しい世代のプレイヤーの皆さんにも触れていただくのがとても楽しみです。本日は日本、アジア、世界各地で発売中のタイトルや発売が予定されているタイトルについて Xbox 用ゲームのニュースや最新情報、さらには今日が初公開となる情報をお伝えします。皆さんにとって嬉しいお知らせもあるかもしれません。そして今日から Xbox でいくつ
console and PC, including the upcoming Dragon Quest III today on Xbox, are more titles coming from Square Enix, including Trials of Mana, Legend of Mana, and Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy 1 through 6. Let's take a look.
I wanted to see where she brought out the Fire Stick, but I don't know. I don't really want to dig through this entire fucking thing. Shit, man. I'm fucking tired, bro.
Does exploring the unknown call to you? Do you believe?
Yeah, we'll see if this turns out to be good.
End of this year, these new furry friends will reside in your camps and can be interactive.
しました。コナミデジタルエンターテインメントの崎山です。今日は、幻想水湖伝 1&2 発売ワンボタン会で遊んでい
ついてきた時の自分の中でのセレクション。黒ごぼう
では勇者、魔法使い、僧侶、そして新職でパーティー編成はしっかり整えておく必要。報酬を手に入れることができます。まずは初戦から。
Case of developed from Pluto. No. Minasan, konnichiwa. Xbox no Sarah Des.
Oh, that was so cringe. Holy fuck, man.
Minasan, konnichiwa. Xbox no Sarah Des.
Xbox no Sarah Des. Hello, Japanese people. We bring many Xbox that no sell in store. We raise price anyway. Fuck you. Goodbye. The end, bro. 42 minutes. All right, let me see.
2015年3月21日に発売予定です。皆さんぜひ楽しんでください。
Click that link. Oh, is this the... Yeah, I can't go in there re-upload on here, so... Give me a second.
100 console and PC titles. Part of that. From heartwarming indies to iconic studios to concept-shattering visionaries, the future is bright, with more than 1,400 console and PC titles in active development for Xbox from creators across Asia. We are delighted to showcase some of those upcoming titles in our broadcast today, like Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater from Konami, Metaphor Refantazio from Atlas, Atelier YawnYea from Koei Tecmo, which is the first of the Atelier franchise to come to Xbox, as well as indie games including All You Need Is Help from Q Games and Tanuki Pon Summer from Denki Works. And we are hard at work building even more ways to play amazing titles like these. One of our newest ways to play is on Amazon Fire TV. Just plug a Fire TV stick into any screen, grab a controller, and you can play Game Pass titles over the cloud without needing a dedicated console or gaming PC.
That's right, don't buy the console.
Because Xbox is all about giving you choice. You can play the way you want today, from PC and console to handhelds and smart TVs.
Dude, they're like abused children. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, thank you. Yeah, 2 years late. Congrats. It's like, imagine. Can you guys imagine that? You're stuck on Xbox and you have to wait 2 fucking years to play a game because you refuse to just buy whatever platform is actually getting the games you want to play. Like, you just refuse to buy another gaming platform that's not Xbox, even though it's getting games that you actually want to play at that time. But you just sit there and hold out hope that eventually Microsoft will get their shit together and pay developers to start porting these games over. It's actually really sad, bro. Honestly. Like, you almost feel bad for them. Almost, but yeah. Like, that's the thing, bro. I cannot imagine calling yourself unironically a gamer and then purposely avoiding gaming experiences because they're on a different platform than your preferred fucking console. Like, that's just fucking sad, honestly. If there's a game I want to play, I'll buy it and I'll get the platform that it's on. Like, you know, adult status, I guess, but it's just really odd to me that, you know, Xbox refuse to buy any sort of other system to play games that they're genuinely interested in on. It makes no sense to me. It's like the cult, like mental, yeah, I mean, it is basically mental illness. It's sad people, bro. The King David effect, well, as long as he gets Fortnite, he doesn't care. So as long as Fortnite is free on Xbox, he's happy, bro. Damn, man, I'm fucking tired. Jeez. Clause Mr. of the 50, if you really fucking want Dragon Quest 3 Remaster, wait 3 months. No, I'm gonna get it day one. When the game officially tanks, it's better than give them money, buy it on sale. Nope, I'm buying it day one. I got it for PS5 and the Switch, so.
Get fucking wrecked.
Why would I not buy a game? That's stupid. Why would be the problem with giving money for Dragon Quest 3? No, I need to go pick up my Hyrule Switch lights. I forgot to do that again today. But yeah, I got a bunch of them sitting at Best Buy waiting for pickup. Nah, Britt, it's like basically abused spouse syndrome. You know, hopefully you don't ever have to experience it in your life, but it's basically like a woman who gets beaten so much that she just gets used to it, doesn't realize there's anything different out there, and just kind of becomes numb to the abuse. Even though greener pastures are out there, and if she ever did actually get away, she would realize like how fucking awful the relationship or marriage or whatever she was in actually was. But the problem is they don't know any better, or they're just too far deep at this point that they're afraid to leave no matter how bad it gets. So it's like, you know, abused spouse syndrome, where you just basically don't know any better or don't know anything different, so you just stay. But yeah, it's pretty sad. Those poor little Xbots are just abused and used by old Philip. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of like a form of Stockholm Syndrome. But yeah, it's just, you know, the more and more Xbox hits them, the more and more the Xbots come crawling back. So it's really fucking weird. It's like an abusive relationship. Alright, we'll watch these recommended videos. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay awake. I'm fading pretty quickly. I need to get some sleep. I've been awake for like, I think close to 30 hours at this point, so.
Is in a bit of trouble, especially if the performance of some of the latest entries are anything to go by. They're well received. Final Fantasy 16 overall, despite some division about the direction that it went in, it being sort of more of an action game, like it's still got good scores, and generally fans have received it positive.
I don't think it was enough of an action game, personally. That's my issue with Final Fantasy 16. It wasn't enough of an action game. It had way too many sections that didn't have any action.
Enough, and you know, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has got high marks across the board, but the series is just not selling well, and we haven't seen a trending rise for sales that indicates long-term longevity. Just a couple months ago, in May of 2024, it was reported that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Final Fantasy 16, alongside other titles like Foam Stars, fell short of Square Enix's expectations in both revenue and profit, leading to an overhaul of the company's structure, where they want to focus more on quality over quantity, and they also want to depart from the practice of exclusivity. So games like Final Fantasy 16 and FF7 Rebirth have only come out on PlayStation 5, and moving forward, they want to make sure that all these games are always available across all platforms to maximize sales. But yeah, I mean, lately, all we've seen from Square Enix when it comes to reports on how they're doing financially is just their stocks going down and down because they keep reporting disappointing results to investors, because Final Fantasy, which is their flagship series, just isn't cutting it. And even in the most recent financial briefing, it was straight up stated by current Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu that Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 profits did not meet expectations. And at this point, these games have been out long enough where they can get a good sense of where these sales or how these sales are trending over the long term.
Dude, everybody's forgotten about fucking Foam Stars. That shit came and went in a single hour. Nobody cared about that shit at all.
And they're just not pulling in numbers that indicate longevity. So right here, Kiryu said, in the HD game subsegment, we released multiple new titles, including major titles such as Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, but profits unfortunately did not meet our expectations. And part of the blame, according to Kiryu, he believes has to do with how their own games kind of cannibalized themselves because they came out within a short amount of time from one another. So
I agree. And then on top of that, they release like 10 to 20 games a year. Like, Square Enix releases an ungodly amount of video games. Like, they really do need to chill the fuck out a little bit.
As IGN noted here, Final Fantasy 16 came out in June of 2023, then Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth came out just over half a year later in February of 2024. And Kiryu says, in addition to this, we did not manage our title portfolio across the company as well as we could have, which I believe resulted in opportunity losses due to cannibalization between our titles. And that's certainly part of the reason, alongside the fact that the audience base has been limited by the console exclusivity, combined with Square Enix having maybe too high of an expectation for how well they expect these games to sell, and so having budgets that are just not tenable for these kinds of games. One interesting conversation that's cropped up beyond console exclusivity or Square Enix as a company setting expectations and budgets too high is that Final Fantasy itself, as a brand, may be so inconsistent in its identity that may be what is preventing it from garnering a new audience, from it garnering the kind of growth that we've seen in other series, where through an identity that is strong and that eventually kind of becomes something that the masses kind of eventually fall in love with and becomes more mainstream, manage to find kind of a mainstream place for the kind of games that are the particular IP or the particular series. So, you know, FromSoft games, once upon a time you'd never think it would do Elden Ring numbers, right? Like when you see a FromSoft game, you know it is a FromSoft game, and they've stuck with a formula that works for them while reinventing and improving and evolving where they need to, and eventually we got Elden Ring levels of mainstream. That game sold incredibly well. Same with, you know, Larian, which stuck with its formula of RPG-style games, and then they hit it off with Baldur's Gate 3. You can even kind of say that about game series like a Dragon, which once upon a time was very niche, but RPG kind of, they haven't shifted too far away from the formula that they are identified for, and they've evolved where they need to. And obviously the story's gone places, and, you know, starting with Yakuza Like a Dragon or Yakuza 7, they've obviously shifted genres to be more of like a JRPG instead of a beat 'em up. Even Like a Dragon 7 and 8 can be very clearly identified as Yakuza games, and so there's still this core identity that's retained that's allowed the series to grow as that specific identity of video games starts to appeal to people more and more, and they kind of know what to expect from your RGGs and your FromSofts and your Larians and, you know, you name it, your C projects and whatnot. And while there are elements in...
Yeah, that's kind of a stupid argument, though, because Elden Ring was not the first successful FromSoft game. Yeah, Demon Souls came out, not very successful, not very good. Dark Souls came out, incredibly successful. Dude, Dark Souls was so impactful that everyone compared every single fucking video game to it for an entire generation of gaming. This is the Dark Souls of shooters, the Dark Souls of fucking platformers, the Dark Souls of sports games, the Dark Souls of fucking jerk-off simulators. Like, the Dark Souls of blank was literally a fucking meme format for even the most normies of normies. So, yeah. Dark Souls was fucking huge before Elden Ring even became a thing. Now, Dark Souls 2 was a fucking blunder. That game did not do very well. And a lot of people didn't like it. But Dark Souls 3 was fucking massive. Bro, almost all my friends who had never even played Dark Souls before were buying Dark Souls 3. There was a shitload of hype surrounding that game. And then also Bloodborne had a ton of hype behind it and was extremely popular on PlayStation. So Elden Ring didn't just fucking pop out of the popularity cocoon with nothing coming before it. Souls games had already been very fucking popular up until that point.
All the entries that you can identify as Final Fantasy, you look at something like Final Fantasy 16, and it is such a departure from what, especially old school fans associate Final Fantasy with, that it might almost be seen as like a new IP entirely. And that's the conversation that's cropped up from like analysts. We're saying that the issue with Final Fantasy right now isn't even necessarily that the internal company expectations and that the budgets are too high, but that's maybe part of the problem, or that the games are coming out only exclusively on PlayStation and not seeing a kind of a mass release for it to be as accessible as possible. There's just an inconsistency to the Final Fantasy identity that has kind of made its audience base flatten out instead of it seeing growth over the years. Here's something that Daniel Ahmad said that's kind of interesting. He tweeted, okay, I'm going to redo a tweet. I just deleted it for clarity. The reason Final Fantasy games have seen declining sales is because only superfans that were 15 in 1997 and played 10 plus Final Fantasy games in the past year are buying them. They're not appealing to general fans and new audiences. Now, Daniel Ahmad, for those who don't know, is a researcher and analyst in the games industry. He got a lot of shit for reporting facts. He reported that Final Fantasy 16 sales were not doing well before Square Enix put that out there. He reported that Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth sales were not doing well before Square Enix reported them. Back in April of 2024, he full-on said, not to be that guy, but Rebirth is underperforming sales-wise, and said that it's selling about half of what Remake sold in the same time frame and looks like it'll have a weaker tail, weaker longevity. He got a lot of shit. A lot of fans seen that as him trying to hate on the game and stir up stuff, but he was just reporting the numbers. What the numbers that he saw, and that's indeed what turned out to be the case. Now,
yeah, but anybody with common sense could tell you that Rebirth wasn't going to sell as well as Remake. That's the thing, though. It's like, yeah, no shit. Of course Rebirth isn't going to sell as well. It didn't come out in the middle of a fucking pandemic. It didn't come out at the end of a console generation. It wasn't a massive fucking nostalgia buy. Because, like, this is the thing, too, is most people who were nostalgic for Final Fantasy VII never actually beat that game. So they got their fix of their member berries of Final Fantasy VII in Remake. So all the normies that bought Final Fantasy VII Remake because they maybe played it or heard of the game in the past, like they got their fix with that one game. Then they had to wait 4 years for part 2. And at that point, people either got over the nostalgia, weren't on lockdown anymore, or other games were out to play. So, yeah, it's just common sense. Because then the only people that Rebirth can sell to are people that played Remake. So naturally, the sales pool for a direct sequel is going to be smaller. Like, prime example, look at the Life is Strange games or the Telltale games or any of those. Look at the achievement percentages on like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5. Like even just the chapters counting down throughout the game. There's people who naturally drop off after like the first chapter or the second chapter or the third chapter. And then by the time you get to the 5th, the percentage is like a small fraction of the first chapter. That's how anything episodic works in the gaming industry. People might play the first part. Then, a similar amount of people might play the second part. But then when you get to the third or the fourth part, there's a huge drop-off because people either lose interest because they don't want to have to keep waiting, or they move on to something else, or they got their fix of it and they just don't care anymore. So that is kind of the risk of putting out episodic games too. So I think the way that Rebirth and, the Remake trilogy does well long term is when it's done and they sell it as like a complete package. I think that's when sales will really start to pick up for it in general. But Final Fantasy VII Remake came out in a perfect storm. You had insane amounts of hype from people. It came out literally weeks into the COVID lockdown. And then on top of that, it was at the PS4's like end life cycle stage where there was over 100 million consoles out in the wild. So, yeah, it just common fucking sense it would sell better than Rebirth.
Now, by Square Enix's own admission, Daniel Ahmad added on top of that tweet that the point being that both fans of the series and new audiences aren't being catered to. The only people buying mainline games are those who can't stop talking about Final Fantasy because of their childhood nostalgia. When you think about Final Fantasy 15 and 16, the shift in direction for both of those games were pretty drastic compared to what, hardcore fans are used to from back in the day. And so
Yeah, but 15 sold very well, so I don't know. It's not really the issue, I think.
Ultimately ended up alienating.
16 did not have good marketing, if you ask me. The most exciting piece of marketing for Final Fantasy 16 was the fact that the Devil May Cry combat director was working on the game, and that was hardly ever advertised. Like, the way I would have marketed Final Fantasy 16 is I would have made it seem like an edgy, dark hack and slash versus an emotional and serious storyline. I would have marketed that game as like more of an edgy, action-centric, fun-first experience, not as like this grand, deep, emotional story with screaming children and shit. Like, yeah, I don't know, bro. The marketing material was annoying. Like, this is another thing, too, and this is another complaint I have about Final Fantasy 16. The voice actor is fucking annoying at times. Very fucking annoying. Like, the way he screams, Joshua! And they had that in every single trailer, bro. Like, that, whenever I heard it, it made me physically cringe. It made me fucking cringe, dude. And I'm not the only one. I guarantee you people fucking watched that shit. And they're like, ooh, this is fucking gay. So I don't think they did a good job advertising that game, personally. I would have completely handled the marketing for that in a much different manner. The problem is with Final Fantasy 16 is the best way to market that game is to ruin it. Because the best parts of it are the boss fights. The parts in between range from absolute fucking slop to okay to maybe good. Take out the boss fights of Final Fantasy 16. It is a mediocre experience. The boss fights make it fucking awesome. But the problem is you can't advertise the boss fights because then it spoils the entire game. So that's Final Fantasy 16's issue. Is there's just way too much slop in between the good parts. And the only good parts are the only parts you can't show. So they really had an issue with that. But yeah, I don't know, bro. The marketing for 16 I did not think was good. Rebirth had almost no marketing, which is sad. Rebirth literally just relied on the member berries, which was not smart. Rebirth had no marketing. They should have had crossover events in Final Fantasy 14. They should have had pre-order bonuses where it's like, oh yeah, buy a fucking, copy of Final Fantasy Rebirth, get Cloud's Buster Sword in Final Fantasy 14. Pre-order Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, get remake for free now. Like, that was something they did, and they never advertised that fact. Hello? Like, that's a pretty big fucking deal. Like, literally, when I pre-ordered Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, I got the original game and the remake trilogy for free. Why was that not on every single fucking ad for the game? Pre-order today and get Final Fantasy 7 Remake Intergrade for free. Bro, that would be like a great incentive to get people to go ahead and pre-order it. So it's like they really didn't market that game at all. Like, the only marketing they did was they had like that one event where they showed off the game for like 20 minutes or whatever, which was awesome, but that's not going to reach the normies. So yeah, it's once again the issue of Square Enix is they have so many fucking games coming out that they spread their marketing so thin that they probably blew their marketing wad on Final Fantasy 16 in ineffective manners of advertisement that they didn't have any leftover for Rebirth, but they figured, oh, Rebirth will be fine because nostalgia, which worked for part 1 during a COVID lockdown when everybody had no other choice but to play video games, but not 4 years later, and not when there was half the install base to sell the game to. So, yeah, no, Square Enix, like, they need some help with their marketing department, their corporate strategy department, like, whatever it is. Somebody needs to come in there and help them figure out how the fuck to not only, you know, sell these games to the crowd that it needs to be sold to, but also how to present it to, like, the crowd of people that they're trying to win over as well. Because, like, Final Fantasy fans versus the normies are very different audiences. And when you're only catering towards Final Fantasy fans, you're never going to make new ones. Because, like, bro, I can't even tell you how many people in this chat over the years have been like, oh, what Final Fantasies should I start with? People still think you have to start with 1 if you want to play 16. And that's what was genius about Final Fantasy 15's marketing, man. Every single trailer, and you can look this up, every single trailer at some point in it had a Final Fantasy experience for fans and first-timers or something like that. Like, they put that shit everywhere. They made sure you fucking knew if you had never touched Final Fantasy before, you're good. You can play this game. It is literally made for people like you. So that's the issue. It's like Square Enix, like, figured out the marketing win there. Like, yeah, there you go. That's how you got people to buy the fucking game. You made sure people knew what it was and that it was accessible to them and they weren't going to be, like, missing a shit ton of context. But then you just completely dropped that. It made no sense. I don't know, bro. They need somebody in there to help shape their marketing. They do not have a good marketing department over there. Like, the fact they didn't do a launch event in Final Fantasy XIV is crazy to me. That is absolutely crazy. That's your biggest asset, bro. You have an MMO with how many tens of millions of monthly players, and you don't advertise your own Final Fantasy single-player games in that? What? Like, that is insane. Have a fucking, you know, part 3 launch event where if you pre-order a copy of the game off the Square Enix store or off a PlayStation Network and you have your account linked, you get an exclusive mount or exclusive outfits or an exclusive weapon skin or something like that. Do you know how easy that would be to convert, like, maybe a couple million people to be like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that. I'll pick it up. I want this mount. It looks cool. Bro, done. How many hundreds of millions of dollars could you make just by doing something that fucking basic? So why are they not doing that shit, man? Why are they not doing that? So there's a massive disconnect with the marketing department and leadership and just how to fucking get these games out there. And I don't know, bro. The fact they don't advertise their own games with their own games is crazy. That shit's wild to me. That's their greatest asset right there. Let's see. Bro with the 2. So does Final Fantasy only sell well in Japan? No, actually it sells better in the West now. Funnily enough. It's more of a Western-oriented franchise nowadays. I mean, Final Fantasy Rebirth and 16 are the 2 top-selling PS5 games in Japan this entire generation. So Final Fantasy is still, like, the most popular game on PlayStation in Japan, but in terms of sales, the United States is a much bigger market for Final Fantasy than Japan is at this point.
Some of the fans, and then when it comes to new audiences, these are not necessarily sort of mainstream style games that would appeal to the masses. It still feels somewhat niche, but niches can grow over time with a certain level of consistency that makes the new entries of the series still identifiable, that fans can like push for in terms of word of mouth, and as the fan base grows, as long as you don't alienate the fans, you know that.
But see, that's the thing, is Final Fantasy 16's not niche. The way they marketed it made it look niche. Like Final Fantasy 16, for better or for worse, is a Sony game with actual good boss fights. Like, that's basically what it is. It's the Sony game format, but with actual really fucking cool boss fights. It's like if you took God of War Ragnarok and that fucking structure of a game, but actually put amazing, like, boss fights in it that made the game feel a lot more fun than the majority of it is. So that's the thing. It's like a lot of it is walking and talking or doing menial fucking side activities or, you know, sitting through dialogue and cutscenes. So I would say the gameplay to cutscene ratio of God of War and 16 are pretty similar. Like Final Fantasy 16 and God of War Ragnarok share a lot of similarities in their structure. Now, just take the God of War Ragnarok boss fights and actually make them real God of War boss fights, and you'd pretty much have the equivalent of Final Fantasy 16. Ragnarok was amazing. Oh yeah, bro, I love Ragnarok. It was so good, dude. Absolutely. Bro, we're not talking about the quality of the story, man. We're talking about the structure of the game. I'm not talking about which story you like better. I'm talking about the actual fucking, like, structure of it. The structure of Ragnarok and Final Fantasy 16 are extremely similar. You have, like, these hour-long segments where you basically have zero combat. And it's like literally just, you know, walk and talk, cutscene, cutscene, cutscene. Like, the structure is very similar to Ragnarok. There's not really anything to do side activity-wise. It's just very, very bland. Now, Final Fantasy 16 has the benefit of having these insane boss fights, which Ragnarok does not have. So that's the big differential. Without those boss fights, Final Fantasy 16 would be another God of War Ragnarok. So, theoretically, the game should have insane mass appeal, is what I'm getting at. Just like God of War Ragnarok has mass appeal. The problem is they didn't market it for mass appeal. They marketed it as a Final Fantasy game for fans of Final Fantasy games. Not like the typical Sony movie game that appeals to literally everyone with the console, essentially. That's what I'm getting at here. Is the way they framed the marketing material around 16, it did not seem inviting to the normies. Like something like a God of War or a Horizon or a Spider-Mid or whatever it might be from Sony would do. So that's the biggest thing I would say. Don't you always say JRPGs have cutscenes? I'm not saying it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that they didn't market the game properly. I'm literally saying that the structure of Final Fantasy 16 is on par with every other Sony game out there that sells incredibly well. The problem is how the two separate games are presented. You have two games that are almost identical in how they are actually made and how they're actually structured. The only difference is how one is marketed versus the other. Both games, in theory, should appeal to the exact same audience. If you liked God of War Ragnarok in 2018, you should like Final Fantasy 16. Probably more than you liked God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. The problem is you aren't marketing 16 to the same people that bought God of War Ragnarok. You're marketing it towards Final Fantasy fans, which Final Fantasy fans are not the people you need to be marketing a Final Fantasy game to, because Final Fantasy fans already know what Final Fantasy is. That is the entire point I'm getting at. Is the issue is how Square Enix presents these games to people. Their marketing department and how they're like showing them off is not connecting with the normie audience the way it should be, given the nature of the games and how they should appeal to the majority of people out there that like the other Sony-styled games. It's not about which one you like better, which one you think is better, which one has the better combat. It is about how the games are made and how they are presented. %63% of Asians vote Democrat. Well, we need to get that number down to 0. Presentation is everything when it comes to getting people to view stuff. So like ads used to have Skyrim with guns just be like, they need to say it's like God of War or some shit. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like, look, hold on. Here, prime example. Look how different this looks to the actual game.
When you are at your weakest.
In fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
Rated M for mature. That is not what Ragnarok feels like. Do you know why? Because they know that if they show the game as it actually is, the normies aren't going to buy it. Nobody's going to buy the game off of 30 seconds of Kratos dodge rolling and attacking the same enemy. So, like, compare that to, let's see. Final Fantasy 16 TV spot. Oh, this is going to be in French.
En avant.
Like, what the fuck's happening?
Montre-toi, Ifrit. Je n'ai plus l'intention de m'enfuir.
That tells you, like, if you know nothing about Final Fantasy 16, what does that fucking tell you? okay, there's some monsters. All right, I'm not going to buy it. Like, it's completely different. Like, if you know what Ifrit is and things like that, then, yeah. Sure. It's like, it's just more geared towards people who know about Final Fantasy. So it's very different. So the tones of the two trailers are very different. It's like why people always get pissed off when Mortal Kombat has rap music in the trailer. It's like, it's not meant for you. It's meant for the normies, bro. Like, I remember, what game was it? Mortal Kombat X, maybe, with the Wiz Khalifa song or whatever, and people lost their fucking shit. They're like, oh my god, they put rap music in Mortal Kombat. Ah. And it's like, it's not meant for the fucking nerds who are watching the trailer on YouTube the minute it goes live. It's for people who don't know what the fuck the game is. They're not trying to appeal to the fan base. They're appealing to people who could become part of the fan base. So that's the thing, man, is you got to cater this shit to people who know nothing about what you're showing them. And that is Square's problem. They cater everything to people who already know what the fuck it is. And that is not working, obviously. Especially with Rebirth, they're the most guilty of that. But yeah. Especially with Rebirth. More so than 16, I would say. Rebirth, they solely banked off the nostalgia again, which was a massive mistake. Oscu the 5, the one thing I noticed was 16 is there's a lot, and I mean a lot of cutscenes, but good thing I can skip all of them, just like 15. Bro, there's even more than 15s. Like, when you turn in a quest, you have like a fucking 2-minute cutscene, and then it goes to another cutscene, and the cutscenes in 16 are like downright obnoxious at times. Like, at least with Final Fantasy 15, when you go and pick up, like, a side quest, it just gives you the side quest, and then you're good. Like, 16's like, bro, all right, we get it. We get it. There's cutscenes. There's dialogue. Yeah, I don't care about this random fucking shopkeeper. You know, just give me the quest. Let me go do this shit and get on with my life. Like, yeah, it was death by cutscenes at times. I 100% agree. And the problem is they weren't interesting. Like, you can have a lot of cutscenes, but they better be interesting. So that's the biggest thing I would say that Final Fantasy 16 is the most guilty of, is way too many cutscenes, way too much dialogue, and most of it was not meaningful. It literally just existed to exist.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Not Barrett coded enough? Yeah, if there was more black people in it, then it'd be okay. You know, like Claus says, I like woke games, so yeah, I need my diversity quota. I think 15 had better side quests than 16, but I don't really think 15's side quests were anything that great. Now, you had, like, the royal arms to go and collect and things like that. Because, like, that was another thing with Final Fantasy 16. Bro, there was nothing to do in that game other than the main story. Like, the side quests sucked. Like, they were, like, the worst MMO side quests. Just copy and paste it into the game. Like, at least Final Fantasy 15, like, you had a lot more stuff to do that actually felt meaningful. Like, 16 was just like, oh my god, bro, I gotta go pick up a fucking carrot. So I need to go grocery shopping or whatever. Like, the range of just mediocre shit was just so bad. There was like no break from the monotony if you're trying to do all the side quests, which I think that was a trophy, right? Do all the side quests. Yeah, pick up dirt or pick up star particles from the shore of a river. Yeah. Like 15 definitely had its fair share of stuff like that, but I don't feel like to the same degree.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, there's only like 2 memorable side quests that I remember from 16, and unfortunately, one of them is an absolute fucking pain in the ass because it's a puzzle, which is the one where you go and visit that like desert town. I can't fucking remember what it's called. It's like the one with shit. I don't know how to describe it. It's towards the end of the game. And then the other one was, I guess, the flower mission with Jill, I guess. The flower mission with Jill was a good side mission. The only memorable side quests I know are the character ones at the very end of the game, and that's it. The other ones are horrible. But yeah, the only one I really liked that much was the Jill one, personally. Like, I guess the Grave one was fine, but I didn't really care that much. The Torgal one? Yeah, that one was decent. Memory? Dude, I can't remember every detail of every single game I played, man. Sorry. Fucking sue me. Yeah, Jill was a pretty bland character overall, unfortunately. They should have actually developed her a personality a little bit more than just the devoted wife archetype. But, yeah. I definitely think that's Rebirth's strength over 16 is like every character in that game. Like even fucking Yuffie. At least they all feel unique and have their own personality and motivation. And, I think Final Fantasy VII, hands down, has like some of the best characters in gaming. Period. Yuffie slander now? Yeah, I fucking hate Yuffie, bro. But yeah. It has like one of the best cast of characters in gaming. Period. Like, it is very fucking good. Like, that is one of the few games that like 99% of the characters I actually cared about. Like, Yuffie's backstory, you could not pay me to care. But like, everybody else, I actually cared about their backstory and stuff. I thought it was all well done. But yeah, Yuffie, nah. Zero care in the world, dude. She's too annoying for me to care. The cat is way worse. Yeah, but the thing is he becomes a much more deep character in part 3. Because, it's not actually a cat. That's already been established, but yeah. It's Reeve controlling him, so Reeve is actually an interesting character. Yuffie needs to be optional. I know, dude. Like, at first, when she requested to join my party, I said no. And then it makes you have her join. It's like, oh, fuck. I thought you actually got to pick. I was like, let's go. She's gone. But nope. She sticks around. Yeah, I know she was optional, but yeah. Still, they should have kept it that way. She's the sacrifice in part 3. Hopefully, dude. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't know. That's how I know I could never be a pedo, man. Is like Yuffie's whole personality is like a fucking 14-year-old girl on crack, and it's like obnoxious. Like I could not imagine being around that for more than like 2 minutes in real life. Like, bro, that sounds like literal fucking hell. Yuffie ruined your chance to work with the I know! Yeah, that dumb bitch. She's good for nothing. Literally good for nothing, bro. Just gets in the fucking way and screws everything up. I guess at least she didn't steal your materia this time, so there you go. Let's see. So, Chronicle with the 1 gifted membership. Appreciate it, bro. Oski Woski with the 2. Yes, thank you. Someone that agrees. Yeah, 16's way too overbearing on the cutscenes. Because the thing is, too, is like a huge portion of that game is like the most obvious shit ever. Like, who is the other fire dominant or what? It's like, bro, we know it's you. Like, that shit pissed me off as well. All right, yeah. It's like, bro, there's no mystery here. We've seen the fucking trailers. It's already been spoiled. We know it's your fucking ass. We don't need a whole fucking story arc about, you know, stating the fucking obvious. Then they get into the most obvious fucking, you know, secret part 2 where it's like, oh, dude, who's the hooded figure? Oh, I wonder, man. Gee, Willikers, bro. Whoever could it be? Like, I don't know, man. That was irritating. And that is what really led to a lot of frustration. Because it's like, all right, yeah, I don't need to watch 100 fucking cutscenes on some shit I already fucking know. So, we're good. Like, that is where the game really fucking drew out unnecessarily. But, yeah. I don't know how they would think people wouldn't get that, because literally in all the marketing material they spoiled both of those things. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But that's what I mean. It's like that type of stuff really hurts the experience. I settled with the 5. That's how I play, but I get it. What? Yeah, but alright. It looks like a movie. Not really, though.
Shield strike now!
It looks slow and boring. How many times are you gonna hit the same fucking enemy until they die? Like, bro, the old God of Wars look more like a movie when you're chaining these awesome executions over and over again. Like ripping the guts out of a fucking centaur, or, you know, ripping Medusa's head off and turning her body to stone, and like, you know, mounting a fucking Minotaur. Like, that looks like a movie. This is just boring, spongy combat. Like, yeah, the moves are flashy, but they don't do anything. It's like literally just, you know, throwing pebbles at a fucking brick wall.
Enemies on the left! Behind you, Kratos!
Like, hold on. I love how Aphrodite was one of the first searches. What is that shit called? What is that shit called, bro? Yeah, why could I not think of that? Dude, this to me looks way more cinematic. But hold on, I'm trying to see if I can find executions. Because that's where it looks more cinematic. Like, look at that shit. You're flying around. Like, imagine a game with modern, like, I guess, technology that had Kratos with the wings, the bow, the chain swords going that fast, Hercules' fist, the claws of Hades, the sword of Olympus. Like, imagine that in like a modern hack and slash format like Devil May Cry 5. With the amazing, brutal executions that God of War is known for. Like, that would look so much more like an actual movie than this. Or I guess not this, but the other thing. Like, that's some shit you're doing in a movie. Not throwing your axe at the same enemy 18 times. But yeah, when you're getting like those massive execution chains where you're having like a ton of enemies thrown at you at once, which I can't remember the part that I'm thinking of, but yeah, when you're getting like execution after execution after execution, that's so much more cinematic than, you know, dodge, roll, block, use attack, dodge, roll, block, use attack, dodge, roll, block, use attack, use a special ability, dodge, roll, block, dodge, roll. Oh, now you get to actually kill somebody, but it doesn't actually do a cool execution. You just hit them with your axe again, and they turn into dust. Like, that's God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. There's no brutality, there's no spectacle, the enemies are spongy, and there's no speed in it. It's just slow and very, very methodical. Yeah, but that's the thing, is the natural evolution of God of War 3 would have been a Devil May Cry style combat system. Not an over-the-shoulder dodge and block and, you know, parry, you know, wait for an opening type combat system. If Santa Monica really wanted to prioritize the gameplay experience and also the spectacle of God of War, they would have taken the combat system in God of War 3, learned from games like Devil May Cry 4 and later Devil May Cry 5 and actually made the combat much more in-depth and just overall more fluid. And if they could have done that versus the dodge and block simulator that we have today, it would have been so much better. I mean, there's just no brutality in the new games at all. Like, the one god you kill, you choke him out. Like, dog. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, imagine if God of War had a combo system like Devil May Cry 5. With all the amazing abilities and everything that goes with the God of War franchise. Like, that shit would be fucking badass. Like, that should have been the direction they took it. Not slowing the combat down to a crawl with, you know, regular enemies being fucking sponges for the God of War. Like, it's just a complete departure of what it should have been. Let's see. So, Oscar the 2, well, fuck me. I'm in the desert. R.I.P. Yeah, the desert part's not very good. Because that means, well, the boss fight in the desert portion of the game is the best in the game as far as, you know, the Titan. But, yeah, the part leading up to it's not very good. It's pretty boring. But that's kind of the trend of Final Fantasy 16 is you kind of have to grind through the more boring parts to get to the awesome parts. So, luckily after the desert part, it doesn't feel as grindy after that. Actually, no, I take that back. The part leading up to Bahamut doesn't feel grindy. The part leading up to Odin does. The part leading up to Odin feels incredibly drawn out and grindy, but yeah. See, that's kind of like the polarity, and that's kind of the issue, is the pacing is all over the place in instances like that. I don't know. The lead up to Bahamut never really felt that long. That part kind of flew for me. Mid's quest was ass. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. What I'm talking about, the part leading up to Bahamut, is like the part directly before. Like when you travel to that part of the map. Not like all the little side shit you have to do after you beat Kupka. I'm more so talking about like once you actually get into the city. That's what I'm talking about. Just like when you're about to go fight Odin, when you go to like that other area of the map. That's what I'm referring to. Not like the immediate, like right after the boss fight up until the part where you go. But yeah. Yeah, the city area. That's what I mean. Like the city area versus, what is that area called that Odin's in? Waloed? Like, yeah, the city area is much faster than, like, Waloed, for example. That part is a fucking grind. Like, the time you spend in the city to get to Bahamut is minuscule compared to the time you'll spend in Waloed, comparably, so, I don't know. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like finding the trading pass. Why is that a quest? Does that add anything to the experience? No. It adds time to the runtime. So that's the issue I have. It's like there's way too much of that. And then there's like 18 cutscenes that are accompanying that quest. It's like, I don't need to hear the fucking dialogue about why, you know, the children do this and like, I don't know, bro. Way too much information. But let's see. So Oscar with the 5. Hot take. There are better women in 16 than Jill. I'll say that much. Yeah, Benedicta's way better in my opinion. That bitch would be an absolute freak.
That's right! That's right!
And also Oscar with the 5. I'm certain like 99% of the population knows the hooded figure is not a mystery. It's pretty fucking obvious unless you're retarded. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing is like the two big plot twists that they were like, you know, going for at the beginning are so painfully obvious. It's like, okay, why am I wasting time on this? Really? It just felt so unnecessary. So unnecessary. An Eyesiler with the 2. Alright, let's see.
Devotion. Blend of round, warm, and sensual notes. From the comfort.
Yo, this is the Ranking Rizzler on Appropriations, serving Connecticut's 3rd District. It's time to enter your dark academia Congress era.
Just think, she gets paid like $200K a year to fucking do this shit.
All right, besties. House Appropriation is the money moves in Congress. We are not chasing the bag, we are the bag. Democrats are making life smoother through government funding. It's giving, it's giving.
I've rode on that train.
Democrats are making...
This is a train that runs underneath the Capitol because the Congress people are too fucking lazy to walk. I shit you not. But yeah, I've ridden on that train before.
Making life smoother through government funding. It's giving, it's giving. So
It's
Sigma,
giving,
man.
skibbity. Oh my god. That's right, Granny. Let's see you tackle a flight of stairs.
Character energy. But Republicans' Project 2025 is mad sus. Eliminating the Department of Education? Negative aura points. Basically, the biggest phantom tax on the environment, on your education, and your rights. Big L posting it online, buddy. Democrats understood the assignment, but go off. See how I keep you informed? Very cutesy, very demure.
What the fuck?
I gotta say, bro, like it doesn't even make me cringe anymore, to be honest. Cause like, once you understand the fucking Democrats, it's like they just literally pander over everything they do is cringe. Nothing is genuine. It's just constant pandering and, you know, appropriating and constantly just trying to fucking please whatever audience is in front of them. They don't mean a fucking word of what they're saying. There's not a genuine individual in the fucking group. They will just sit there and lie and pretend to be anything and everything they think it will take to appeal to you and therefore win. It's like, it doesn't even surprise me at this point. It doesn't even surprise me. Like, they're not real people.
Alright, I'm not dead, but I swear to God I wish I fucking was.
Can they pander and give Griffin $1 billion? Yeah, exactly. Appropriate me some funds. You know, instead of giving Ukraine another $200 billion, Just give me what? 0.5% of that. And I guarantee you'll see a more positive result in the world as a result. I guarantee it. But yeah. We'll continue on with this.
Growth eventually leads to an explosion that could allow the series to become a lot more mainstream again. FromSoft being prime example of like once upon a time, only hardcore FromSoft fans would play these games, and then eventually, with Elden Ring in particular, there was this explosion where the fans stuck around and that fan base grew and grew and grew. And before you know it, the amount of word of mouth that spread as both the fan base grew and evolved and as the FromSoft games themselves evolved and got better.
No, the reason why Elden Ring exploded is because every single fucking streamer was playing it and all the normies, just like with Dark Souls 3, hopped on board. Only to a greater extent this time because more people base their gaming on popular streamers.
And they evolved the formula in ways that eventually became more and more appealing. The FromSoft games eventually just kind of became huge. Final Fantasy kind of went in the other direction of not appealing to fans by changing things too much and making the latest entries in particular just not as identifiable and just not in line with what fans expect from the series, while delving into gameplay styles and genres of games that are not necessarily mass appeal or presenting material that, just, it almost feels like they're starting from scratch every time. Now, FromSoft has obviously experimented.
Dude, honestly, like, if Final Fantasy just sticks to the combat system of the remake trilogy, I think will be great. I think it's, like, bro, honestly, playing Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth, the combat system is, like, the perfect mixture of turn-based and action. Like, you have the action-focused combat, but then you have, like, the actual, like, tactical inputs and ATB gauges and, like, all that type of shit. The synchronization attacks, all of that. Your limit breaks, like, you have all of that you have to manage as well. So it's not just real-time combat. You also have, like, a turn-based aspect to it, or I guess a timing-based aspect to it in a sense. So I think the remake gameplay is, like, they just need to stick with that. It's great. Like, bro, what game? Dragon Age, fucking Veilguard's trying to copy that now. So they obviously have something that's a winner here. So I hope they do stick to it. Because, like, don't they have, like, the classic mode or whatever, where it basically, like, allows your characters to attack and dodge for you, and then you just use the abilities and, limit breaks and synchronization attacks? I think that was in Remake. I'm not sure if it's in Rebirth or not. Let's see. It's in Remake. Okay, no, it is in Rebirth. Classic versus active style. So Classic is simulating the combat, and players don't get to play much role in controlling the characters, although players get to intervene in between and perform any action they want. One could find themselves having to intervene quite a number of times, while it can surely help players catch a break. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like basically you just input, like, if you want to use, your fucking materia, an item, the ATB gauge, synchronization, all that type of shit, so. You saw Rebirth's combat, wasn't it? It's better in Remake. And you hate slow What? My dude, I think you have that backwards. Remake's combat is slower than Rebirth's. I don't know what you're talking about. Rebirth has way faster combat than Remake. Also, they pulled the camera back. I don't know, man. Elden Ring brought in the casuals because it was open world. Not really. I think the normies just ate it up because of the fucking, I don't fucking know, bro. It's like, it's like the perfect storm type scenario. You have a niche genre of game that has a super fucking insanely normie penetrating meme attached to it. Like, the Dark Souls of blank was a meme used by everyone on the fucking internet, even if you didn't play video games. That's how popular that shit was. So there was an aspect of Dark Souls that transcended gaming. So what you had was like this perfect storm. You had this new entry into this genre in a new IP for the very first time in a very long time. It was open world for the first time. And on top of that, we were in the age of Twitch streaming and, you know, just live streamers really breaking away from like the traditional, I only play multiplayer games. Like, people now watch single player game streamers way more than they used to. Like, pretty much back in the day, all the biggest streamers only touched multiplayer. Like, you would only play Call of Duty, or you would only play CSGO, or you would only play Rainbow Six Siege. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, it was like one of those perfect kind of like lightning in a bottle type scenarios. Where you had this insanely popular but still niche genre. You had a new IP within that genre that was open world for the first time. You had an existing knowledge by most people within the gaming community of the game, even if they had never played it. And then you also had all the big streamers hop on it at one time and push it towards their audience about how much fun they were having with it. And it also was the easiest entry in the in the genre to get into as a beginner. So there's also that aspect too. Like Elden Ring, if you use cheeses, is fucking piss easy. So it's also the most accessible. But yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those perfect storm type scenarios, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3. You know? Like, yeah, Dungeons and Dragons is popular. Yeah, you know, people knew what Baldur's Gate was. But the real reason that game popped off is because a lot of popular people were playing it and other people wanted to play along, basically. So, yeah, exactly. It had 3 years of early access where it did absolutely nothing in terms of like being super successful. So, again, that's kind of just one of those right place at the right time kind of scenarios. And as far as like a game like Hogwarts, you know, Legacy, that just has Harry Potter attached to it, so that's a slam dunk. As long as the game's good, which it was. So. I don't know, man. Alright, I think we're good with Yong. I don't really need to hear him say the same shit over and over again. The controversy probably boosted it further as well. Controversy? Oh, Hogwarts Legacy? I don't think that did anything, man. It's Harry Potter, dude. People go... There's an amusement park literally centered around Harry Potter that people will spend thousands of dollars just to go for a few days. Harry Potter is fucking huge. The only thing that has outsold Harry Potter in terms of books is the Bible. So... The only piece of written work on planet Earth that has outsold Harry Potter is the Bible. So, dude, Harry Potter is a fucking juggernaut. So if you have a game it's set in the Harry Potter universe that actually is good, like, you're gonna sell a lot of copies. That is a beloved franchise by, like, generations of people. So... Bro, my like 60-something-year-old, I guess cousin, I don't know. It's my mom's cousin, so I guess my cousin too. But yeah, she like is obsessed with Harry Potter. Like, so, because she was an English teacher. So, bro, it's like one of those things that like transcends generations and I don't know, bro. I'm like, Harry Potter's Harry Potter. Yeah, it's what Star Wars could have been until Disney. So, Harry Potter is a huge fucking deal. Let's see. Oscar with the 5, but seriously, 16 is so much fun. But why is there so much cutscenes with so much boring side quests? I almost want to kill myself. Wanted to do... Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like... The highs and the lows of Final Fantasy 16 are very, very, like, shocking when compared to each other. It's like one mission you're collecting dirt, and then the next you're literally fighting a Titan in one of the most fucking epic boss fights in the history of video. It's like, it's all over the place. And if they would have had more consistent pacing, that shit would have been absolute peak. But the pacing really slogged it down. Alright, we'll watch this, I guess.
World's most undateable generation, Gen Z. Sex positive, yet also not having sex and very tired of the sexualization. Apparently Gen Z, overwhelmingly mentally ill, chronically online. They're not dating. What are we gonna do? Now, I don't really have all the answers. Obviously, this is a very complex issue. We try to break it down on the show, but a recent TikTok trend has given me a little hope about this very big problem. Before we dive into this, though, make sure that you like this video.
No, dude, she's not extremely average. She's a girl on the internet that understands the male struggle of the modern age. She's literally perfect, dude.
Subscribe to the comment section channel if you've not already, and of course, ring that notification bell so that you never miss one of our uploads. So for years at this point, the cool thing has been to be commitment adverse. And for women, that has meant focusing on corporate girl bossing and to take advice from shows like Sex and the City and Call Her Daddy to just sleep around and date like a man. Push off marriage until you basically can't or won't push it off any longer. And because everyone was avoiding this commitment and it was so not in vogue, but obviously still craved emotional and physical connections, casual relationships, boom. Situationships, boom. And we've talked about this before.
Yeah, rumor has it the Daily Wire grew her in a lab using Ben Shapiro's DNA. But, you know, you didn't hear it from me.
But if you look up Gen Z dating trends, this is what you will see. Situationships. Why Gen Z are embracing the gray area. What kind of relationships does Gen Z want? Commitment anxiety strikes on Valentine's Day. Newsflash, it does not just strike on Valentine's Day. It strikes on every single day of the year for my generation.
That is depressing.
And this analysis isn't just coming from social psychologists and reporters and journalists. Gen Z themselves are admitting this. One young author in a CNN article said, my generation has redefined what it means to be in a serious exclusive relationship. We've created our own small world in this vast universe of romance and love, one that normalizes fluidity and casualness in romantic partners and reciprocal regenerative love in friendships. That's a Gen Z sentence if I've ever heard one. And while this idea might seem strange to other generations and also to normal people in your own generation, this low commitment situationship fits the mold of the generation exactly. With the priorities being emotional well-being, financial stability, and personal development, which, by the way, are all things that marriage benefits, just saying, a situationship seems like exactly what would arise. A relationship where you're certainly attached, but you can prioritize yourself over your significant other without any recoil. And if you decide to take it to
I don't even know what the fuck a situationship is, nor do I care.
the next level and call it a don't get started capital R relationship, then you
If somebody threw out a word like that to me, I'd tell them to run into traffic.
already got to know your counterpart and whether it could work in the long term. First of all, I just have to say, it is wild to me as somebody who has been in situationships and has gone through the talking phases that we would be branding this as a positive thing. I did a whole episode about it. Situationships, they are not positive. They are absolutely terrible. They are anxiety inducing. You never know what's going on. You're like, oh my God, he's not texting me back. Is that because he's busy or because he's talking to some other girl and you don't know?
Situationship equals girls sleeping around. So a fuck buddy? Why are they calling it a situationship? That's just a fuck buddy.
No, because you're not committed to. Because it's just, oh my God, anyway, it's been rebranded. It's actually freeing and all about self-care. Anyway, I just think that this really is the me generation. Like, one of the most beautiful parts about being in a committed relationship and in marriage is that it's not all about you. And that is a very good thing for literally everyone to experience because you're pouring into somebody else and their well-being and their life and their future because of how much you love them. And by doing that, you become a better person and they also do that for you. It is selfless and it's secure for the most part. Obviously, not everything's perfect. And that little caveat, the fact that there is always that risk of heartbreak is what makes it so scary.
Girls equal bad unless they have a penis, right?
Apparently why my generation's just like, never mind, I'll focus on me because I don't want to get involved. I'd rather have like one foot out the door at all times. And we know the Gen Z is risk averse, so I'm sure that they're happy to avoid this risk of heartbreak entirely. But obviously the problem goes deeper and it stems back much farther than just that. Another student writer, again, another Gen Zer, wrote that Gen Z is embracing this middle ground, which is something that older generations were accustomed to avoid. The rise in situationships just goes to show that teens and young adults have an updated mindset towards dating and relationships and are no longer looking to prioritize commitment. This generation has grown to fear commitment, maybe because there are too many options. The ability to swipe through endless dating profiles certainly does not help the situation. No, it does not. Get off dating apps. They are literally designed to addict you. Nobody wants to commit to one person when there is a multitude of visible options. So instead they settle for situationships. Although dating habits are changing, it reflects the independent nature of this generation that they do not need a codependent relationship to be happy. That is literally just coping. You are rationalizing your fears to make it something that is empowering and amazing and like you're better than other generations. I don't have to be codependent. No, it's
yeah, insert the tipster coping and seething song, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I do understand. Like, it's not very appealing to want to date. Because personally, that's exactly the boat I'm in, bro. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem worth the effort. So, I can understand that personally from my own unique stance. But, hey. Especially with the type of bitches in my area, but, you know. If I was down south, it'd probably be different. Don't date Dems. I don't care about that. Bro, every single girl between the age of 18 to 30 who is not married 90% of the time is going to be liberal. I hate to break it to you. So unless you want to be 100, if like, all right, you want to compete with 100% of men for 10% of women and share 9 other guys' sloppy seconds, then, you know, go forth. It isn't until women get into long-term committed relationships or start families that they start to become more conservative. That is just human nature. Women are very emotional, and most liberal policies and politicians prey on emotions. It's not until they have to start thinking logically, which comes around when they get into a relationship or when they have children to think about, that changes mentally. So, yeah. You're going to be searching for a fucking needle in a haystack. And at the same time, 10 other fuckers are going to be climbing all over you at the same time trying to find that same needle. So, yeah, it's not an ideal scenario. So, focus on actually finding somebody you enjoy being around. And, you know, unless they're like a fucking psychotic, you know, ultra leftist, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. Who is a virgin around your age? Nobody. I'm not talking about virginity, bro. Nobody's talking about that. But yeah, I would not just write off people because they have a different political stance than you at that exact moment in their life. Unless they're annoying, can't shut up about it, or constantly, you know, trying to incite arguments over it. You know, if it doesn't come up, just let it be. And actually get to know the person and see if you enjoy being around them and enjoy their company when you're talking about everything else. But yeah, I don't know, man. You're really restricting your options if you have that mentality. It's not going to work out well for you at all. Griffin, you live in D.C., ultra leftists. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's because a lot of the chicks in my area literally work for the government. So, yeah. They're all ultra lefties in that particular instance. So, yeah. 'Tis the challenge. But who knows, guys? Maybe someday I'll find my ideal gamer girl GF, and then I can stop live streaming once and for all. Data glowy? No. They just want to steal my credit card number.
It's literally just that you're scared. You're scared, there's too many options, and you're addicted to swiping on dating apps. That is the problem here. Also, using the word codependent for a committed relationship as if it's some awful, terrible thing. Like, sure, you do not need to be in a relationship to be fulfilled or be happy. Completely agree with that. But denying the obvious statistical benefits to committed marriage is...
Belle Delphine was the one for you, Griffin, before she did porn. That's right, but she had to ruin it, man. We could have had a future together. But no. It's ruined.
genuinely wild. But of course, it isn't just Gen Z that is living in this gray zone, because in fact, it really did start with millennials, as we mentioned earlier, the girls who grew up watching Sex and the City, the people who were first fed these lies and all of this negativity surrounding commitment and surrounding men. And so now they're facing their own slew of problems as they hit their 30s or early 40s, many with no commitment in sight. Cartoons hate her on X, that's her account name, you should all go follow her. She recently released an absolutely brilliant Substack piece on this whole epidemic, this epidemic of forever girlfriends, of commitment phobia, of our declining birth rate, and how all of that is just tied together. You should all go read it. It is behind paywall, so if you don't want to pay for that or do the free trial, you can at least read her Twitter thread breaking it down. But her comment section was just lit with some gems. And of course, there were people arguing and men and women pitting themselves against each other. But I was so happy to see that on both sides, from both men and women, there were people commenting and saying, this really made me angry and made me feel self-conscious, and I think I need to sit with that for a while because it might be a me problem. There were also women saying, oh my gosh, I've been enabling this behavior, I want to be married, I want to have kids, and I'm sticking around. I mean, it was just very cool. So I just urge you to read it because it was very thought-provoking, not just for me, but for a lot of people. But one person commented and said, I really think cool girl culture severely impacted Gen X and millennial women. Yes, it really did. I'm cool. You don't have to commit to me. I'm fine. Go have sex with whoever you want. I'm chill. I'm not chill. I'll happily say I'm so not chill. I was once dating a guy who told me that he would have to wait 7 years to figure out whether he wanted to marry me. And in that instance, it took me 5 seconds to decide that I did not want to marry him. So I ended that real quick, not chill in the slightest, but I knew what I wanted. Didn't want to waste time, didn't want to waste his time because I knew that I would go to resent that anyway. We can talk about that at another time. I'm just not cool.
How the fuck would it take you 7 years to figure... Alright, that's dumb. There's no fucking way it takes 7 years to figure out if you want to marry somebody or not. If you're even contemplating after 2 or 3, and that's even being generous, like I would say even after a year, if you're still contemplating whether or not you want to be with that person forever, you should just cut it off. Like, just cut your fucking losses, man. Like, shit. If you can't get an idea of whether or not you want to be with somebody or not for the long haul in the span of a year, then obviously you still have doubts and you should just go ahead and break it off at that point. You know? Like, bro, you want to spend 7 years of your life to figure out if you wasted the past 7 years of your life? That's insanity. I don't know, dude. Like, pretty much everybody I know has basically said that, yeah, they knew, like, oh, yeah, I wanted to marry her within, like, 6 months or a year or whatever. Well, it's like, especially once you start living together, that's when you really get an idea. But, yeah, I don't know about that. 7 years. Like, Jesus, man. I have a feeling you'd kind of be able to tell pretty quickly whether or not the person pisses you off or you get along all the time. But I don't know, man.
Cool or chill. Anyway, another commenter said, I feel like casually dating forever is in the same vein of terrible boomer advice, just like get any college degree and everything will work out. Yeah, exactly. And then she went on and said, in the 2000s, 2010s, if you even mentioned that you took marriage seriously, most men would assume that you were a freak or deeply religious. Another person said dating has been so casual for so long that it is causing literal civilizational collapse through a declining birth rate. It is all connected. And some people are like, right, you talk about dating too much. No, this is literally the biggest problem that plagues our generation and plagues the future of our entire society. This guy went on and said, are there some new and old social norms needed? I'd say so. Yeah, absolutely. Now, number one, and this is by far the most important in what I say all the time, too, you can skip ahead.
Dude, we just need to start working on a genetically altered space marine program. That's the future of humanity.
You're probably like, Brett, I'm tired of hearing this. Literally, just being honest with the person that you're dating about your dreams and your desires and your expectations. Like, I'm so glad that the guy that I was dating said, no, I want to be together for 7 years before I can even consider getting married. I'm glad that he said that because then I was able to be honest and be like, yeah, not going to work for me. I want to have a kid by then. And so do not lie to yourself and try to be the cool, chill girl and say, oh yeah, I'm fine with, moving in and playing housewife and waiting 5+ years for a ring. If you're not, if you actually want to be married and have kids, if you don't want to get married, that's totally fine. Go do whatever you want. And on the men's side, don't be the guy with the empty promises and the maybes and the somedays and the don't pressure me's and just wait another year when you know that you're not sure about that woman. And if you know that you actually don't want to get married, which again is totally fine if you don't want to, but it's not fine when you're dating somebody who does want that and is hoping that you will change your mind. But all of this at least just needs to be...
That's a good point. The fuckers who are like, oh, well, I'll just break up with her in 6 months or something. Like, that is so dumb, bro. Like, if you don't like somebody and you're not happy in a relation, just cut the fucking bitch off. Like, just get out of it at that point. Bro, I had so many friends that were, like, miserable dating, and they just were afraid to be single. And it's like, why? You're wasting your time and her time. Just move the fuck on, bro. But yeah, people are definitely like that. Like, bro, one of my friends in high school had this girlfriend he could not stand. Like, she drove him fucking crazy. But it was like, he just wanted something to bang. So it's like, literally he would bitch about it all the time, though. And it's like, bro, obviously it can't be worth it. He's like, yeah, but who else am I going to date? It's like, what the fuck? Like, that to me, I will never get, bro. Like, I'm not going to put up with somebody, like, I can't fucking stand for any reason. Like, even for money, at a certain point, I'd have to cut that shit off, bro. Like, that shit would drive me insane having to constantly be around someone. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. I've never understood why motherfuckers do that shit, where it's like they don't want to be in the relationship anymore, but they just don't want to not be in a relationship. So they just stay in the relationship instead of trying to find the different one.
Be out in the open so that you can protect yourself. It's like a relationship insurance policy. And sadly, you can't get that kind of insurance policy with Policy Genius, but you can get basically any other kind. Now, Policy Genius is the country's leading insurance marketplace with experts ready to help you secure your family's financial future quickly and efficiently. And the best way that you can protect your family is through life insurance, as daunting and weird as that might sound. Now, even if you do have plans to be in a loving relationship versus the glitz, the glamour, and the freedom and the self-care of something that's like casual, which a new TikTok trend is inadvertently doing. Chapel Roan, who you guys have heard me talk about before, and I got in hot water because I use a song of hers on an Instagram.
Is that a fucking wrestler?
Real was like, she hates you. I'm like, I don't care. I like her music anyway. She is one of this year's rising new artists. She has a song called Casual. It's very explicit, so possibly don't go listen to it. But basically in the song, she sings about a situationship that she had that was labeled as casual because it was a situationship, and then was casually tossed aside, but obviously meant a lot more. And she
No, fucking singer. Gross.
sings about how heartbreaking the whole experience was, which, by the way, should be a cautionary tale in and of itself because situationships are anxiety-inducing and risky. They are not freeing and full of self-care. We can stop lying to ourselves and each other about that fact. But people are using this song Casual on TikTok to kind of be funny and sarcastic and ironic to show their opposite experiences. So they'll say, like, casual things my husband or my boyfriend and I did, and then it's something that's not casual at all. It's total love, total commitment from the get-go. I always find a way to bring these trends in. Here we go. So this girl's first slide reads, casual things we did before we started dating, and obviously they're married now. And then the second slide says, actually, nothing was casual. He told me he was going to marry me in a cab ride home from the bar. We said I love you to each other after 30 days of knowing each other. We moved in together in our senior year of college. We are incapable of casual. And all of the comments on all of these videos, Gen Z, the world's most undateable generation. Gen Z, sex positive, yet also not having...
Ew, what the fuck happened to my thing? Why did it go all the way back?
I have to finish
writing
this paper.
bro.
I'm swamped.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help?
Slide says, actually, nothing was casual. He told...
Ew. Ew.
he was going to marry me in the cab ride home from the
They will definitely end up divorced.
bar. We said I love you to each other after 30 days of knowing each other. We moved in together in our senior year of college. We are incapable of casual. And all of the comments on all of these videos are echoing this experience or desiring this and begging for it, which was just wild and yet amazing to see. Like somebody said, my husband told me that I was going to be his wife immediately after we met. Another person said, I'm kind of envious. Yeah, because it's comforting and desirable. Being in an anxiety-inducing, freeing, casual situationship is not comforting in the slightest. Another person commented and said, I love this. My husband told his coworkers that he was going to marry me before we even met. Honestly saying, maybe one day I can have Alex tell that story because it literally makes me weak at the knees. But anyway, here is another one. Casual things my husband and I did after we started dating. Absolutely nothing. He proposed after 8 months and said he knew immediately that I was the one. And again, the comments sound the same. One person said, I knew I was going to marry my husband the first night I met him. Another person said, my parents got married after 6 months and had been married now for 24 years. When you know, you know. Another person said, this is my husband 1,000%, and everyone needs to wait until they find this because it is so worth it. One more for good measure, guys. There are thousands of these at this point. Here we go. Casual things we did before we started dating. Literally nothing. I flew alone to this destination wedding to be his +1.
Griffin wishes that was him. Yeah, that guy was tall, bro. Maybe one day. Just kidding. I'll always be a manlet.
After 8 months and said he knew immediately that I was the one. And again, the comments sound the same. One person said, I knew I was going to marry my husband the first night I met him. Another person said, my parents got married after 6 months and had been married now for 24 years. When you know, you know. Another person said, this is my husband 1,000%, and everyone needs to wait until they find this because it is so worth it. One more for good measure, guys. There are thousands of these at this point. Here we go. Casual things we did before we started dating. Literally nothing. I flew alone to this destination wedding to be his +1. I met his whole family, decided that we were going to get married, and that he'd moved to my city. We picked kids' names and then started dating a week later. Like, they're so funny. They're just so endearing. Like, the whole trend, guys, is just full of joy and hope and genuine excitement. And it's from people who have, you know, been married for 10 plus years, right down to people who are in high school and just started dating a few months ago and are already talking about commitment and love and dreaming about marriage. And after literally years of hearing hatred spewed at men and resentment towards marriage and settling down and this fascination with casual encounters.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I hate, you know, as much as I hate to do this, especially, because I don't really care, but the type of people that talk like that 9 times out of 10 are fucking loaded. Like, bro, prime example. Literally nothing. I flew alone to this destination wedding to be his +1, met his whole family, decided we were going to get married. All right, the only type of people that have destination weddings are people who are fucking stacked, bro. So, yes. You know, I don't really like to do the whole like, oh, well, they're just rich. But, come on. That is the type of shit you do when you got money, bruh. Because you don't have to worry about anything else. You know, you can just start talking about whatever the fuck you want. Because you're good from the financial perspective, so you can start talking about all that type of shit immediately. So that is a very wealthy mentality, I just want to add. So, yeah, go bag your... you know, rich white gamer girl GF, bro. I don't know. And then you two can talk like that as well. What's a destination? So a destination wedding is like, all right, I live in fucking Virginia, right? So I'm getting married, and I want to have my vacation, or, well, that's what it is. It's a vacation wedding, basically. So I want to have my wedding in Hawaii because I've always wanted to go on vacation there. So I think it'd be awesome to have my wedding in Hawaii, invite all my family, fly everybody out. We have like a massive family and friend vacation that leads up to the final day, which is the wedding ceremony. Then everybody goes back home afterwards. Like, that's what a destination wedding is like everybody travels to like this cool destination or vacation spot and they hold the wedding, essentially. So it's extremely expensive because you have to pay for the travel of everyone, or they're expected to pay for their own travel, which typically you don't do unless you know your family and friends are well off. Because, that's a lot to ask just to go to a wedding. Pay for, airfare and a hotel and all that type of shit. So that's a very rich person thing to do. So I guess long story short is, guys, where is it?
Get your money up, not your funny up.
Get your money up, not your funny up, and then you too can bag your own blonde girlfriend at your cousin's destination wedding, or however the fuck it works, and start talking about having kids and shit immediately. Blonde? Yeah, this girl's blonde.
A week later. Like, they're so funny. They're just so endearing. Like, the whole trend, guys, is just full.
She has a bad face. This chick? You can't see it. You can just see the side profile.
Married, and then he moved to my city, we picked kids' names, and then started dating a week later. Like, they're so funny. They're just so endearing. Like, the whole trend, guys, is just full of joy and hope and genuine excitement. And it's from people who have, been married for 10 plus years, right down to people who are in high school and just started dating a few months ago and are already talking about commitment and love and dreaming about marriage. And after literally years of hearing hatred spewed at men and resentment towards marriage and settling down and this fascination with casual encounters, this is just so refreshing to hear. Like, I'm scrolling through TikTok, like, liking every single one of these videos, because it really is the little things like this, the stupid, ridiculous TikTok trends we all kind of giggle at and then just move on from, but it's the little things like that that help change perceptions and then start to change culture. Well, guys, I hope you liked that video. Make sure that you like it.
That's mighty wide of you. Basically. She's an Aries. Maybe, I don't know. Could be. I unironically can't stand women. It shows, man. She comes for money? Yeah, well, dude, she's paid like millions of dollars a year by the Daily Wire to do this type of content, so. Well, maybe not millions, but hundreds of thousands, so yeah, she's pretty loaded already. But yeah, I think her parents are wealthy. So. Griffin, I don't like big weddings, though. Me neither. I'm not really close to any of my extended family. And as you guys know, I don't have any friends. So, yeah, I would not have a very large wedding at all if it was up to me. Because I wouldn't really have anybody to invite for the most part. Just kind of like, I guess, maybe like 5 to 10 family members. That'd be about it. That'd be probably about it, man. So. Wow, this shit sounds sad. What's sad? Well, then stop being poor, bro. Grab life by the balls and fucking make something of yourself. I could invite Dr. Disrespect to get some miners with an E. Yeah, I need slave labor for my Minecraft world. Tunnels need to be dug. And the children yearn for the mine. If you're not born rich, then I'll be poor forever. Wait, if I'm not born rich, then I'll be poor forever? Yeah, if you're like a literal retard that can't fucking do anything. That's dumb as shit. So I guess literally no one could ever become rich because not everyone was born rich just immediately at birth. The wealthiest people on planet Earth had to get their wealth from somewhere. Even if it came from mom and dad had to do something. Or grandpa and grandma had to do something. So yeah, no, that's just blatantly false. Yeah, most people will be poor forever because they either lack the motivation or are just lazy and stupid and refuse to fucking change. Gotta get the small loan of $1 million. Nowadays, that is a small loan. That's like less than a house in my area. So, bro, $1 million probably wouldn't even buy me a house. It'd get me like a fucking tiny ass little townhouse maybe. But I don't think I could buy an actual like standalone home for $1 million where I live. Yeah, Bill Gates wants you broke and depressed. So, you know, admit defeat, live in your fucking, you know, little goyim box, eat your goy slop, consume goyim entertainment. Like, congrats. You have surrendered all agency in this life. I hope the, whatever you get from it is worthwhile. I can't imagine what it would be. I can't really see a reason for why you'd want to just be a miserable fuck that does absolutely nothing to benefit themselves, but hey, you know. Should watch the movie They Live. I don't know what it is. Yeah, consume Ghost of Yote. Jobs don't pay for basics and housing. I make 6 figures a year, so yeah, I have basics and housings covered. My job more than pays for housing and basics, bro. So you need to find a better job. Otherwise, everybody would be fucking homeless. All right. There we go. The ADL wants to ban the word globalist because it's anti-Semitic, apparently. I think they should, honestly. Nah, I don't think he's trolling. I think he's jerking off to people, or his own self-pity. I think he's one of those. One of those dudes that literally just sits there and masturbates in his own misery. Dead ass. Those people exist. Yeah, a gooner doomer, basically. Nah, he's probably some edgy 15-year-old who lives with his fucking mom, and she doesn't fix him dino nugs when he asks for them, so, you know. It's probably just some edgy 15-year-old pretending to be a fucking, you know, whatever. But yeah. It's just got annoying. Nah, I don't think he's any older than 15. No adult talks like that. Yeah, that's not even like being edgy. It's just being fucking weird, bro. It's like some fucking weird humiliation kink type shit. So yeah, I'm good. I don't need to be a part of that. Well, yeah, we know what real pleasure is other than drugs. Yeah, making that cash money, baby. That's my pleasure in life. I don't know, man. Name something more satisfying than getting a fat-ass paycheck, bro. Obviously, than, you know, having kids, but yeah, something else. Something else other than having kids that's more satisfying than getting a fat-ass paycheck. Well, the new technology comes with a fat paycheck, so uno reverso. Where's my $1 million townhome? I'm not buying a fucking house up here. Having a hot wife, maybe. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about like a singular thing. Like, I guess maybe, yeah, sure, marrying someone. Okay. You could say that. But I don't know, bro. Very few things in life that you can do by yourself. Let's put it that way. Very few things in life that you can achieve by yourself, not with someone else, or not reliant on someone else, is as satisfying as making a big-ass bag. Personally. Oops. There we go. What patent would I rather have to make a fat wad of cash every year? The patent for a tire or the patent for a light bulb? Let's see. $170 billion. Tires. I want the tires. That's what I was leaning towards originally anyway, but yeah, I want tires. Type of guy to run track tires on his run now. Dude, I don't give a fuck about my tires. I don't even know what fucking type of tires I have. I would never spend money on fucking tires. Who gives a shit? Just give me whatever the fucking standard tire is. Like, bruh, those fucking dorks that, like, autistically obsess over every little detail of their fucking car. It's like, why? I can take turns with 2% more precision with these tires versus yours, dude. Therefore, my vehicle is superior. It's like, okay, bro. Whatever you say. It's like, I don't give a fuck. I can't change a tire? I've had to change my tire before. I've had to put the donut on. They were doing construction at, like, when I had my first apartment, they were doing construction in one of the buildings, like, nearby, so there was nails in the parking lot, and yeah, I got a screw in one of mine. Changing a tire is piss easy. You just put the fucking jack underneath the car, unscrew some fucking things, and then put the fucking thing back on. Like, it's simple. It was piss easy. Like, I don't know how that's difficult, man. Changing a tire is not hard. I've never, like, actually blown out a tire. I've only had a flat tire from, like, a nail. That's it. I don't put enough mileage on my car for it to ever get to that point, I feel like. Oh, man. Let's see. Did our boy upload today, or did he blow his wad finally? Yup. The wad has been unloaded into a tissue. Milky ropes, yep.
Shooting thick, milky ropes.
Shooting thick, milky ropes.
I may go to sleep, guys. I'm tired, bro. Dreamcast guy's mad with me for scalping. Oh, well. They can stay mad, bro. I don't care. I gotta buy more of that limited edition. So apparently the 10th is when all the other retailers are getting the 30th anniversary stuff, minus the Pro. So that's when I will pre-order more controllers and probably some of the consoles as well, but we'll see. Let's see. So tied to TDA with the 2 months. Read this real quick. Yo, Griff started Final Fantasy 16 yesterday. It's great. I don't get the hate. It's mainly just from people who either don't have the ability to play it because they're on Xbox, or it's from people who want turn-based Final Fantasy as the two groups that I've seen. But yeah, that, and I guess the really serious tone of it versus the more, I guess, lighthearted and jovial feeling of other Final Fantasy games. But yeah. Alright, guys, I need to hop off. I'm gonna go to bed. I've been awake for over 24 hours at this point, so I think it's time for me to go to sleep. So I hope you all have a great Saturday. Enjoy your weekend, and I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys.